Good evening and welcome to the Monday, October 3rd, 2022 School Board Work Session. The time is now 7:05 p.m. The School Board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Could I please get the roll call?
Mr. Sampson?
Here.
Mrs. Matheson?
Here.
Mr. Doran?
Here.
Mrs. Sanderson?
Here.
Miss Marati?
Here.
Mrs. Smith?
Here.
Mrs. Luke?
Here.
The board has a quorum.
Thank you. In lieu of our time, I am going to actually switch our agenda items, and we will start with the alternative education options. That way we can hear from this amazing group of people that we have before us this evening, and then we can go back and have the discussion on the superintendent search later on this evening with the board. So here we have the alternative education options. Core value: be innovative and adaptive to student needs. I'd like to turn the time over to Mrs. Moline, our Chief School Administrator.
Thank you, President Luke. I wanted to just lay a little bit of the groundwork for how the work session, what it's for, and how we're going to move through these next few minutes. At the request of the board, they wanted to have a little bit of time to process the schools of choice, and primarily it would do a little bit of work around our North Star College expansion option that we've been talking about for the next couple of years. So we'd like to welcome our UAF partners into the conversation, but in addition to that conversation, a conversation with concerning our schools of choice. So in our district, we have our brick and mortar schools, which are the traditional neighborhood schools that we're probably familiar with. And we have our homeschool program, which is also a school of its own. And then we have our charter school options, which are those schools that have been formed with a different kind of educational option that's available. So we have those schools available for our students. And then we have our schools of choice. And our schools of choice at this time, that we have Hutchinson High School is a school of choice, and Barnett Magnet School is a school of choice. So both of those are established schools of choice. And what we're going to look at tonight is an expansion of our North Star College to become its own school, and then move into our the position of another school of choice for our district. So we're going to move through our evening with that goal in mind. And when we come to our to Hutchinson and Barnett, we're going to give a little bit of the history of the school, where it began and kind of where it started, and then where it is today, and what it's going to need as support from the district financially and staffing-wise to continue to be a program like it is, or to continue forward with it. In a program like it is today. Maybe not like it was originally lined out to be, but how it needs to operate now. So with that, we'll begin with our North Star College presentation, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Minert and his crew here to walk us through the possibility for the expansion of North Star College, and having it be established as a school of its own.
Well, thank you, Ms. Moline. Very excited to have this opportunity to have such a big group with us today for this work session. I think it's been since the implementation of North Star College that we've had all of our partners at the table. So it's great to have everybody together. And I wanted to start out doing some introductions so that everybody knows who's in the room and what perspective they're speaking from. So have a big team with us today. I'm Luke Minert. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Schools here in Fairbanks, and directly oversee the North Star College program through Lori Beam. Lori Beam's not here this evening, but plays an integral part in helping the North Star College program. Rachel Riley is our secondary curriculum coordinator. She'll be here in the capacity of talking about the expansion options and what that will look like on the school district side as far as credits and ensuring students receive both their high school credits and their college credits. We also have Kristen Kelly. Sorry, yep, right down here. She is our day-to-day person on the ground working with all of our students and ensuring North Star College is a success. She's an amazing asset for the North Star College program and works with our 40 students that are currently in the program to ensure that they're moving through the program successfully, both at the high school and college level. I'm very pleased, thank you, Dr. Daniel White, Chancellor of UAF, for coming this evening. He'll end the presentation this evening with Dr. Anupa Prakash, UAF Provost and Executive Vice Chancellor. And Anupa and I'm impressed with the level that UAF brings to the table. Anupa is present and comes to our regular monthly meetings. And it's so impressive that somebody at that level at the university is willing to engage in this process and continue to drive it forward to improve, the education that we're offering our students and to really help with this expansion. The UAF team is a true partner in this, and really I thank Anupa for her day-to-day work on this. We have Dr. Alexandra Fitz. She is the UAF Vice Provost and Accreditation Liaison Officer, so she works real closely with Rachel, and so does Dr. Laura Connor, and ensuring that our courses line up and that students are getting what they need. Dr. Laura Connor is a UAF Research Professor of Science Education and helps with the North Star College program. And then very pleased, we have some current students and a parent that had a student go through this North Star College program in the past, and so it'll be great to hear their experiences currently, how it's working, and what it's done for your student having participated in the program. So I just want to say a huge thanks for everybody being here. We'll go through the presentation. We have some content for you, and I'd ask that you hold questions until the end, and then we'll have some great discussion, I would imagine, after the presentation is over. So we're going to start with a video that UAF put together that has a nice overview of the North Star
Middle College is a dual enrollment program for high school seniors who want a little bit of a taste in college, want to dip their toes into the pool that is college life, that is college schooling, that is college level studying, college level learning. A really great opportunity to know more about yourself and what you want to do with your future.
It was a really great experience. It prepared me very well for college. I just finished my freshman year of college, and by credits I'm technically going into my junior year because of North Star. It helped me know how to interact with my professors. It's just helpful in basically every scenario in college.
For the initial shock of being in college and college level classes, it felt like normal and very easy to deal with and handle.
Sometimes it was a bit rough, but trying to figure college out and high school at the same time is hard, but the people here definitely helped me figure it out.
Best part of it was the exploration. It kind of just allowed me to explore a bunch of different things. I took as many different courses as I could. I took an acting course, which I had no interest in acting, but it sounded so fun.
Had support, people can hold my hand the whole time if I needed help getting into a college, if I needed help with scholarships, registration. I mean, I've got resources there by my side the whole time, so it was amazing. It was definitely a life-changing experience. I don't think I would be going to college next year if it weren't for North Star Middle College. I've declared a major, I've got a minor, and I've got registered for classes, so I'll be ready for next year.
All right. right, so lots of things that the students touched on we'll touch on in this presentation too, as far as the supports provided to our students. But wanted to start with a historical overview of the program to ensure everybody understood where we're currently at. So the North Star College program is in its third year of the program. It continued during COVID, obviously with some adaptations, but very pleased with the hybrid scenarios they were able to work out with our students and continue ensuring that our students were successful even as they transitioned online and then back into campus. We have 40 students in our cohort currently with only seniors. So juniors apply, and then there's a lottery process for juniors. To apply for the lottery and for North Star College, you need to have a 2.5 GPA and be on track to graduate. And then typically we have a few students that transition in and out of the program, but I am pleased to say that that is very few students that end up doing that, 1 or 2 per semester usually. The minimum number of credits per semester that students need to take in order to stay a part of the program is 7, and approximately 50% of our students take at least 15 credits. So some program benefits. Students earn both high school and college credits, and it's important to note at no cost to them. So they're working through their high school credit requirements along with getting access to college credits and participating on campus. Seniors can earn up to 30 college credits or more by the time they graduate from high school, and many do, so this gives them a great jump start into their college career. The school district pays for tuition and textbooks, and students have a supported introduction to college. So I think that was one of the things that was highlighted with almost every student in the video, is how thankful they were to start college and high school with the supported and cohorted model through the North Star College program. Our UAF faculty members do an amazing job introducing them to what college life is like, ensuring that they understand the supports that are available to them on campus, and just working with them so that students understand, if they're falling behind in a class or if they need help with a professor, to reach out and work on that communication and get that understanding as a high school student. We know as students transition to the university, it can be a hard transition, and so having the support up front and our students getting this opportunity as high school students is a huge benefit to them and allows them to be successful in the future. There's also a beautiful dedicated space for North Star College students on campus. If you haven't seen that space and you would like to, I would encourage you to reach out to me, and we'd love to get you up there to see the space. It's something that I know UAF is very proud of, and I know the school district is very proud of too. It's a gorgeous space, and students love hanging out in it and working through and working with Kristen in that space. And then students also have access to the Student Recreation Center and some other student clubs on campus, so they are able to access some of those great benefits that are available. One of the main student supports is Kristen Kelly, who's our counselor on campus. She ensures students and families are supported throughout the program. She's really the face of the program in terms of recruitment and then onboarding with the students. So she'll walk them all the way through from, applying for the lottery to that graduation day. And she does a great job with our students. There's also dedicated UAF advisors that work closely with our students and teach our cohorted classes so that they ensure student success and understand how to be successful in the college environment. There's individual career and college counseling on campus available for our students. And one of the awesome things that we hear that's upcoming is a student success center that's being built out in the library on campus that our students will have available to them in future years. So really why we're here today is we would like to give the recommendation that to expand the North Star College from 40 students to 125 students the first year, and then 175 students the second year. In doing this, we would create a new school through the Department of Education, and that provides an alternative funding model for North Star College in general. And Mr. DeGraw is here and can answer questions about the funding of that and how that works out. We would open it up to 11th and 12th grade students. So you can see there on the slide that in year one, our goal would be to have at least 65 juniors and 65 seniors in the program. And then by year two, 90 juniors and 90 seniors. We're pretty confident that we'll have this many students interested in the program. This past year, was it 120 or 130? About 120 students applied for the lottery, and the year before I think it was 130 students, and that was just juniors going into their senior year. So when we add juniors and seniors, you know, we're very confident that we'll have the numbers to sustain the program and have a lot of students that are interested in it. I think it's also important to note that we also think this could potentially be a revenue source for the school district. We know that there's students outside of the district that are interested in North Star College that have not had the opportunity to apply in the past because of the limited number of seats that we had available. So students from Raven, students from Monroe, you know, students from potentially other surrounding districts, they would now have the opportunity to apply for the school, and if selected, you know, they would become a part of our district because they would be full-time students at North Star College. So we're proposing at launch having 4 direct positions that work at the North Star College. A director that leads and supervises the North Star College. They would work with district personnel to create guidelines and policy that are specific to the school. They would be there if there's student discipline that needs to be worked through the process, academic supports, and possible teaching duties as needed. We thought it was important to have a director position because that's a 12-month position as opposed to a principal that's only 9 months. There are things that North Star College needs to do to prepare for the new school year that's in the summer time frame. So we thought the director position was appropriate to lead this school. We would also have 1 teacher. That teacher would teach in-person classes on an as-needed basis. Right now, with the work that Rachel's done with the UAF crew, it doesn't look like there's a lot of need for actual direct instruction that teacher would deliver, but if there was a course or 2 that that teacher needed to deliver in person, they could do so. If they didn't do that, their main point of emphasis would be facilitating e-learning and the Alaska Advantage courses that our students take along with the North Star College workload, and then provide academic supports to students and partner with guardians, and then obviously assist with recruitment and retention efforts of our students. We would keep our counselor. They play an integral role of ensuring our students are successful, and that'll be a heavy lift going into the future. You know, growing from 40 to 175 students, there'll be some more moving parts, especially with juniors and seniors. So that'll be important to have those counseling supports. And then a registrar to help with the onboarding of students, helping with schedules, ensuring that students are in Power School, and ensuring that appropriate resources such as textbooks and materials are ordered and distributed to our students. One of the questions I often get for students participating in North Star College, and this wouldn't change when it goes to a school, is that students can continue participating in activities at their home attendance area school. So even though that North Star College would become its own school, it would be similar to the students that attend BEST, that they could play or that they could participate in activities at their home attendance area school. Students can also take up to 2 courses at local high schools if for some reason a course wasn't available on campus that they still wanted to take on campus, or take on campus at their local high school. They could do that if it worked within their schedule. All right, and at this time, I wanted to turn it over to Kristen. We prepared the next 4 slides are some possible scenarios for our juniors and seniors going through the program. I thought it was important for the school board and the public to see what possible options there were for students in the classes that they might take as they progress through the program. So Kristen, I'll turn it over to you.
The microphone here. So what I prepared were just some possible tracks for a student that came in perhaps already knowing exactly what they want to do. And so just lining up some of the courses they could take for, say, if they wanted to take advantage of UAF's awesome engineering school. In their fall, they could take those classes there. The college success skills, they're going to take all the way through. But the pre-calculus could be in the fall, calculus in the spring, and then they could start their sciences, the general chemistry, which is equivalent to a year of our high school chemistry. They would be covering a year of that in one semester. And then chemistry part 2, the U.S. history, which is going to also count as their U.S. history requirement. And then for their English requirements, media and culture also counts as American literature. Writing 111 will count as their English elective. And that will give them a total of 30 UAF hours their junior year. And that gives them 5.1 district credits. Those sciences and maths are 4 hours each, so that's why the numbers are a little higher. And then their senior year, again, they would do that college success skills, and that class has just been really important as a touchstone that we know how they're doing, giving them skills, like how to talk to their professors, just questions that we forget as most of us have gone through college, and those things we didn't know when we were starting. This helps us to give them those skills and some support there. So this student, this engineering genius, would be taking Calculus 2 and Calculus 3 their senior year, physics, and then for their social studies, just like as if they were in high school, they would be taking U.S. government and econ. And the English allows them to, there's several different classes they could take. So for an engineering student, perhaps they take writing for the sciences as their English elective, and then the required English class would be world literature. And then this student could also take Introduction to Engineering, and he or she could either take that engineering lab that goes with that class that same semester, or they could wait and do it the next semester. I put it in the spring just so that their fall schedule wouldn't be so heavy. And that student would have graduated with 60 hours. And here's like for a possible teacher, I think it would be wonderful if we could grow some of our own teachers that could come back and work at our district or work in state. And this student, a lot of the math is kind of, well, it definitely is dependent on how they do on their entrance exam. All students have to take the ALEX entrance exam. So the math can change depending on how they do. So I'm assuming this student might have qualified at a pre-calc level. They could take Introduction to Education in the spring. Those sciences that you see there, that climate of Alaska, chemistry, biology, those are all requirements for the education degree. That's part of their general ed requirements. And then we get our own school district requirements, the history, government, and econ. And then for a junior, they could take media and culture, writing 111, which is writing across contexts. It's that basic freshman year English class. This student could take creative writing, world literature their senior year. And then that 11th grade, they could take a course to see, well, do I really want to be a teacher? They could take that Becoming a Teacher course, which is just 1 credit hour, but it would give them a sense like, yeah, this is what I want. Or they would know pretty early on, like, this is not what I want. So it gives them a taste of education. And then there's freedom there to, like say they did want to take a district course there, they could take a sit-down class at their local high school, or they could do a PE, work-based learning, any sort of elective. So that is the elementary education track. And another strength was, we're going to go right through that one. So there's, in your packet, you'll see the fisheries. And here's just for a student to graduate with an Associate of Arts degree. There is definitely a path forward to that. And those are the classes they could take. Very doable, and would also have them graduating from our high school on time, but graduating with 60 hours from UAF and with 22.5 from our school district, if not more. A lot of our students graduate with honors with that 24 credit hours.
All right, thank you so much, Kristen. And if you have questions after we're done on any of these slides that Kristen presented on, please don't hesitate to ask. Next, we're going to go on to just some general statistics of some of our graduates in the last couple years. I think it's great to highlight how successful our students have been at transitioning into the university world. In 2021, you see that 85% of our students went into the university or onto a university. In 21-22, 87.5. So lots of our students are gaining those skills and realizing the supports that they need to be successful at the next level and are moving in that direction. Also great to see 2.5% of our students join the military in the 2021 school year, and also 2.5 last school year. And then in 2021, 2.5% of the students went into the trades. So it's not just for those college-bound students. I think that's important to note and to see that this is launching students into success in anything that they choose, and that students going into the trades definitely pick up skills to make them successful in the trades. You know, as students and individuals entering the trades, they need to be highly proficient at reading and writing, and North Star College is definitely preparing them to do that. A little bit about the budget. We left this for the last content slide before hearing from some of our students, because I know this is one of the most important questions I get. So we wanted to save this for last. It's very important to note that this expansion would not add any additional general fund dollars beyond what the school board is also already contributing to the program. Through the funding formula, approximately $1.3 million of total revenue would come to the school district in that second year for the 175 students. And the approximate expenditures for the program would be $750,000 in tuition, roughly $60,000 in books and supplies, and $550,000 for staffing for those 4 staff members that we listed there in the presentation. And Mr. DeGraw will be available for questions on the budget as we get into the work session. So now I would love to turn it over to Isabel and Jacob. If you've got some prepared remarks, and just tell us a little bit about your experience and how North Star College is going for you.
Well, for me, I feel like North Star College has opened up a lot of opportunities, and just I've met a lot of people that I wouldn't if I just stayed at West Valley for my senior year. I'm in the Alpine Club, in the Wilderness Society, the Wildlife Society, and so I feel like, I don't know, it just gave me an opportunity to be really involved, and so I've gone on like climbing outings with the Outdoor Adventures and with the Alpine Club also, and so I'm wanting to be a biologist in the future, and like the Wildlife Society has given me like those connections that I can foster, and just the experience that I can put on like resumes, and just is really helping me become who I want to be and helping me explore who I want to be. So I don't know, the program has just been very beneficial and great.
Yeah, so much the same as Izzy. I want to be a writer, whether I major in English or journalism or something similar. And I feel like North Star College has really given me that benefit. I took AP composition my junior year of high school at West Valley, and that was just a really rigorous course that well prepared me for college. And now that I'm in a 200 level writing class at the university, I feel really well prepared and competent in that class. So next semester, I can take just another either 200 level class or creative writing class or something similar. It's been really great. I'm also a student athlete. I cross country run and ski for West Valley and the Nordic Ski Club of Fairbanks. And having those university resources like the SRC, and then also all the ski trails, which have always been community resources, but having all that available to me has been really, really great.
Great, thank you very much. Christine, do you have a few remarks?
Sure. So I'm Christina Buffington, and my son Jason is a sophomore at UAF, but junior with credits. And I got to see that video just now, and that's the first that he was one of the young men speaking in that video. He was a student at Hutchison High School, and I really thank the local high schools for kind of, first of all, getting people to enroll, to register, to apply rather for North Star College, and all the bugs that seemed, there weren't any bugs to work out, really. I know that you all worked super hard to make it happen, but it seemed so seamless for him. He was able to take classes during the pandemic in person, and after a semester of remote learning at Hutchison, which was really hard for him, that remote learning, he was able to be in person at UAF. In the packet, there's some information about how students were supported, because it is a big transition from high school to college. And he signed up for Calculus 1, and he realized, oh wow, this is a little bit harder than I thought it was going to be. And the great thing from a parent perspective is that he was really owning that learning, and it was between him and his professor with some support from the counselor. And he decided, I think I better drop this class. I think I better take it again the following semester, because now I really understand what college calculus is. And that was so good for him to be able to have that support and, kind of a little bit of a, setback, because he grew from it, and yet he had a lot of support. And then now he is, he's an engineering major, he's doing awesome. He's not on this track that's in your packet, and that's okay, because, he now has over 70 credits as a, sophomore. He's now thinking, I'm going to take anatomy and physiology because I also want to leave things open for other areas. And also during North Star College, he got some tutoring over at the CTC. So then he realized, wow, there's this whole other campus in Fairbanks that has resources for him. And that's when he started learning about, wow, there's other associate's degrees, so I can get an associate's and a bachelor's if I wanted. So he's just loves learning, and it was an amazing opportunity for him. And it's also a community. So I think really that's something that he felt part of his not homeschool, but Hutchison, while he was, transitioning to UAF, and he really felt like a Nanick as a high schooler. So I'm just really grateful, and thanks for letting me speak to it.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for being here.
We also have one more alumni of the program. This is Ashlyn Espinoza, and she was in the first cohort, and she graciously volunteered to come here tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So, hi, I'm Ashlyn Espinoza. So, yeah, I was in the very first year of North Star Middle College, and I was actually so impressed because, I would have expected, it was the first year, there would be some kinks to work out. It seems like everything was already worked out. The very first year, everything was already worked out. And Did this turn off?
You're on.
We're
You're
good.
on.
Okay. So, like, I can only imagine that it's grown, like, so well since then. And I've been working a little bit with Anupma Prakash and just, like, staying connected to the program because I'm still going to UAF, and it's just super cool. So, yeah, I went to North Star Middle College. I now am about to graduate at Christmas with 2 associate degrees. I don't know why I went that route, but I'm going to get my Associate of Arts and also an Associate of Applied Science in my paralegal studies. I also was able to this year. So last year I was part of the student government on campus, and this year I'm actually the president of the student government, which is pretty cool. So yeah, it's super cool. I love the program. I'm super excited to see it grow, and I'm really excited to work with everybody who's on this project, and I think it's the most amazing thing, and it's super good for our students, both UAF students and our school district students.
Well, thank you. Such a great endorsement, and thanks for coming.
I didn't have anything prepared, but there you go.
No, that was beautifully said, so thank you. Now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. White and Dr. Prakash, if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you so much. Just a few words here. When I think about the success of this program and where we are now, just thinking back, it was just a few years ago, including the pandemic years. And part of what this makes this successful was it started with the right thoughts, the right place with the trust base. Both sides, the school district and the university, we were there at the same table listening to each other. And when we do listen to each other, it always works out. We were very, I still think of my role in this is to really carefully listen what the needs are and see how to make things happen. I have an amazing team here, and the school district side has an amazing team. And together, they are make things happen team. So if there is an issue that does come up, we think about it, we talk about it, we discuss, and we are true partners, not just in words, not moving the responsibility from one side to the other, but as partners come together and say, all right, how do we resolve this? And taking that approach has brought us so far ahead that I'm very confident going forward and very excited going forward. Chancellor White can talk about more details or things, but just wanted to say thank you for this. And if there are questions, of course, we'll take that, but just thank you for the opportunity for just opening up more opportunities for our students and access for our students who would otherwise not come, and just investing in their success, because that's the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, and for the record, Dan White, UAF Chancellor. And I just want to start out by appreciating and acknowledging the school board. I was thinking it was 3 years ago that Dr. Gaborik and I sat here and talked about the idea of the middle college, and so much has happened since then. So thanks to the school board. I also want to thank the district staff who have been really helpful, and I want to thank the UAF staff who have also made this happen. And I think it's just amazing. Ashland's story. Usually our class presidents are the seniors who are kind of overachievers, and now we have our overachiever middle college student as our student class president, which is a student body president, not just the class, which is really, I think, speaks volumes for Ashland and for the program. I think we Alaska just got the dubious distinction of having the lowest rate in the country of students going on to any post-secondary education. We're the bottom in the whole country, and I think the middle college provides this venue for students, not just students who were already going to go to college, but students who didn't have any idea. I saw a couple on the video saying, you know, I didn't know I was going to go to college or post-secondary education of any kind. I think it provides that, and so I'm excited. We're committed to the middle college. We're committed to the expansion of the middle college, and I just especially want to appreciate Ms. Mellon for her vision and support throughout this. So I don't know, I occurred to me the vice president of the student body is also a middle college student from Matsu. So the middle college program statewide is a success. So look forward to answering questions and just express my appreciation to each one of you for the progress we've made together. Thank you.
So I think that concludes our formal presentation, and we'll open it up to questions, any kinds of clarifying information that might have come out of the presentation that you have. We'll do that now.
Do I have any board members who may have questions? I have Mrs. Smith, Mr. Doran, and then Ms. Matheson.
Thank you. I really support this program. I support growing the program, but I do want to ask just a couple hard questions that might sound like I don't. So don't misunderstand there. And I'll start with the question that I asked. Well, I'll start with, is some of this sort of available through BEST already, that kids could be taking classes without the support, I understand, but with the support of their families, and doing a dual enrollment through that program already?
So yeah, to answer that, some of the courses are available for our best students or students attending our home attendance area schools. I think you nailed it on the head when you said the supported piece and the cohorted piece. That's the huge difference. There's a program of study that the North Star College provides to ensure students are successful not only in the program, but continuing on. I think you saw prior to the program adoption that those those opportunities have been available for our students for some time. But I think what's different here is with that supported model, we're really trying to push forward the success of our students and whatever they choose after this program. And doing that through a supported and cohorted model is different than just taking a class here or there on campus.
Mr. Barnett, can I add on to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I used to work with BEST too, so I kind of am familiar with how far the money goes. And while the BEST allotment is very generous, it would only give them, I would say less than a third of the credit hours they could get with North Star College. I mean, they could get some, but that money isn't going to go as far. That allotment money is going to get them maybe 1 or 2 classes a semester versus being able to take 3 to 5 a semester.
Do you want to do a second question, and then we can move down to Mr. Doran, Ms. Matheson, Ms. Marotti, and then I have a question as well.
Sure, thank you. I was wondering how attendance at North Star College affects your UA Scholar qualifications.
So UA Scholars is usually, not always, but it's usually designated that junior year. So it hasn't tremendously affected what we've done so far because we're getting seniors. However, if a senior graduates within the top 10% of their class, they can do an appeal and try to get the UA Scholar Award. So if they graduate in the top 10% of their class, they can appeal and qualify for the UA Scholar Award. The way it's set up right now, students are at a very slight disadvantage in the highly competitive schools, such as West Valley, because at North Star College, they're getting college credit. They are not getting a weighted grade. So they're kind of in competition, if I may, with students sitting in the classroom taking AP biology, getting a 5.A, versus the student who's taking physiology at UAF, they're getting a 4-point GPA A. We did have a student appeal last year, and I wrote a letter as if she had been receiving weighted credit, what her GPA would have been, and they did award her the UA Scholar based on that.
I'd like to add just a couple things too. I know you've seen a few correspondents lately asking about the weighting of the credits for North Star College students, and that's something that administration is looking into to see if that would make a difference. There'll be a slight difference too when North Star College, if the board would like to expand this program, it becoming its own school, those students wouldn't necessarily be I guess, competing against students from West Valley. So there is a slight difference there that we would want to consider as we're looking at a potential policy change for the weighting of classes for North Star College students.
Thank you. I have Mr. Doran and then Ms. Matheson.
Thank you, and thank you for all the participants being here. I think this is a great program. And actually, one of the first things I heard, besides being on the board, but at UAF, in the barber's chair, Charlotte told me about professors talking about high school students, North Star students, being in their classes and being real thrilled about it. So that went through. So a couple of questions I wanted to ask. One is, let me go to the money, because it's a simple number here, but I know it's complicated in the big picture. Right now, we're putting in about $9,000 per student. The numbers on here, revenue is 1.3. The approximate expenditures are 1.36. So it gets increasingly expensive. And in a sense, I'm looking at it as a 1 or 2 year scholarship that effectively they're getting. So I have no problem with no weighted grades. They're getting a lot out of it. But I am concerned about that cost. And maybe you could answer that first. Broadly, we're just getting this to digest, so I know it's going to be an ongoing conversation. But
Yeah, appreciate that question, Mr. Dorn. So just kind of anecdotally for the group, obviously my nature is to be conservative on both ends. We're being pretty conservative on the revenue side as well as conservative amping up on the expenditure side. So my estimation is that revenue will outpace the expenditures, which, you know, is a good thing internally. We've talked, it'll, you know, if there's excess dollars, it'll help us, you know, seize opportunities, address unforeseen challenges that come up, and just be able to dedicate additional resources to the program. So the revenue specifically comes in two main fashions: about $1 million through the foundation formula, which is the creation of a new school. And it would be students transferring from schools internally within the district to the new school. That would generate about $1 million. We are, as Mr. Meinert mentioned earlier, and I believe this will occur, is we'll see some kind of a net increase in students to the district because of, you know, students outside of our district seeing that opportunity, the amazing opportunity, and moving into our district. And then another smaller revenue that we'd be able to dedicate to the middle college would be $300,000 to $400,000 in staff movement. So students moving from schools within the district, and then us allocating staff to follow those students over to North Star College. So that's kind of a long story short, Mr. Doran. Obviously, it's a concern of mine. The meetings, the early meetings, it was, 3 years ago when this first started, something like that. It really was this, you know, a meeting of a lot of minds, a lot of really sharp minds and excitement and energy. And I remember, I can see it. I was sitting there and all this excitement, let's move forward and conquer, and me sweating bullets, you know, worried about the money, you know, and like, that's great. Like, this is going to be, you know, a nightmare financially. But I'm confident that it'll be a net revenue expenditure neutral program, and just with what we can do to expand options for our students, there's relatively low financial risk based on what we know will happen, and there's certainties. If we create a school, this will occur. So very low risk financially, Mr. Dorn.
But on the conservative numbers, we spend more than we take in, projected.
So That's what we're reporting in the report tonight. My expectation is it's very likely that we could see revenue a little bit higher and expenditures slightly lower than what we're reporting when actuals come in.
Could I do a second question?
Yes.
Okay, and this has been referenced a couple of times. I would like to see us look at the ripple effects on the home attendant schools, because if we went to a full school, that's a significant number of students out of each of our high schools. Ripple effects on AP courses. A lot of these students would be ones who would be taking AP. I think it's better for them to get actual credit than the potential for credit, because not all can get it for their AP, or not all colleges accept it. Also that staffing, and you mentioned we're taking students or teachers out of those high schools, which means fewer courses that they can offer. I don't think we have the answer tonight, but I think we really need to look at what those ripple effects are to our district as a whole, as well as the benefits for the students who would be in North Star College. But I'm very concerned about the ripple effects and how we address those. So those are my two questions. You can put me back in the key, unless you want to respond to that.
I'll take a stab at it. I think there are ripple effects. I think there's some positive ripple effects and, some ripple effects that may be unexpected. When you look at the size of the program, it's not overly detrimental to any of our schools. If you spread that out evenly over the 5 schools, it'd be 28 students, less than 1 staff member per school. So, in a staffing perspective, it's not huge. A positive ripple effect that you mentioned with the AP classes, we have had a difficulty in offering AP classes at all of our home attendance area high schools because of the decrease in staffing and the challenges we've had in staffing those AP classes. And so if those do contract, that actually does help the schedules at our home attendance area schools, so that might be a net benefit there. I think there's always ripple effects that are unforeseen, but I think overall it doesn't do, any major negative damage to any of our home attendance area high schools. And I'll go on record and say the high school principals have said I could say that. They're supportive of this expansion. They don't see it as a negative for their schools.
Ms. Matheson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Doran, for asking one of my questions. But the page before that, we were discussing that 2021 cohort graduates, the 85%, the 2.5%, and the 2.5%. That only adds up to the 90% of our students that moved on after high school, which means that 4 of our students, what happened to them? And then the following year, we get statistics for 95% of our students who graduated. What happened to the other 2%? I mean, 2 students.
Do we have any data on those students?
I know 2 of them we didn't have information on. They moved, and I imagine that at least one of those went on to school, but they moved and didn't leave information. I wasn't there for the year before, so I can't really say what happened the year before, but in my mind, those are really great statistics, actually. College isn't for everyone, and I think that is a value of this program, too, is to get a taste of college and say, oh, this is not what I want, and to save time, effort, and esteem, really, from going to something that's not for them. So I don't really consider like 1 or 2 not going on as a failure, so to speak.
I just want to know what did they go on to do? I don't care if they went to college or if they joined the military. I think all of these options are wonderful. I want to know, what did we help them accomplish and where did they end up going? So if we can call them and get that figured out, that would be lovely.
Thank you. Ms. Marati.
Thank you for everybody for being here. Like Ms. Smith said, I have some questions that might seem that I'm not supportive, but to be clear, I'm incredibly supportive of this program, and I have all the confidence in this dream team to make this program as big as we can. However, I have received concerns about the risk of allowing minors unsupervised access to UAF events and programs and facilities. So I'm just curious how the school district and how UAF handles that safety issue.
Anuma, do you want to speak on that? I mean, this is something that I'm actually impressed with, and I can't remember the title of the individual that comes to a lot of our meetings, but she hammers on compliance on a regular basis, and so it's something that both sides take very seriously. But I think Anuma could speak more eloquently to the steps that they're taking to ensure safety of our students on campus.
So at UAF, we do have for our students a Center of Students' Rights and Responsibilities. And you're talking about Katie Fenfline, who's the director for our Center of Students' Rights and Responsibilities. And just like we do partner in the academic side, in the student conduct side, also there's a very, very strong partnership and constant communication with the school side and our Center of Students' Rights and Responsibilities. So if there is an issue that does come either through Kristen's attention or through any other means, the school side also takes the conduct issue, but we also partner over here and put in our campus resources as we address those issues. And again, that's a collaborative process, and over the last 2 years, it's really improved in the sense that as we talk about the communications, it just, you streamline that and say, this works best in terms of communication and the handoffs. So that's a process that we use. In terms of our minors on campus, there are, in terms of the academic classes, the classes that the university offers are the university classes, and they are not changed for our attending students. But we do take safety of minors very carefully and diligently, and we've got our university policies and regulations that we follow when we are in a group which has minors in it.
I'd like to respond to that from a parent perspective as well. So my son, when he started North Star College, was 16 turning 17 because he's a younger student in his grade, and then 17 turning 18. So when he started actually as a freshman at UAF, he was still 17 years old. So because of that, parents have to sign a lot of things to know, because the students are not yet an adult. And the same thing happened when he was at North Star College as a senior in high school. So that was I signed off on, okay, where is he going to be? When is he going to be unsupervised? And basically it was walking between classes. And the thing that I loved about it is that the counselor knew where he was at all times on this big campus. And I was so impressed with that. I was also very impressed with, instead of the school coming to me to say, hey, there's an issue, the communication was with him. And that really, really helped him grow up and be ready for college, because he was expected to be a college student as a senior in high school, and that really helped with his growth. But I felt that he was safe on campus, because there was that wonderful communication between the counselor and the parents, and the very, very transparent, onboarding that parents had, which it was very, very well done during the pandemic to be able to have that kind of onboarding and make a community of parents knowing where their kids were also. So I just wanted to say that. And then one other thing too is that it opened his eyes up to other dual credit opportunities for that summer in between. He went on after graduating from North Star College, and he's like, well, my summer job just went away because of the pandemic. I'm going to take classes. And he was totally ready for that, and he did it on his own because he knew this was an option. And it all was because of that college success class. That is something that the other students necessarily don't get from BEST, or that college success class helped with that safety part, the Title IX training that was required. It was really, really well packaged for both parents and students.
Did you have another quick question that you? Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that during our orientation into the program, I'm pretty sure we received, if not the exact same freshman orientation that every new freshman gets as they enter UAF. It was something really similar about those school events, Title IX, the policies and regulations that the school has, like any other freshman would. So at school-sponsored events like Starvation Gulch most recently, I was there and I hung out with my friends that I'd made at the university and Summit High School, and I knew exactly what the policies and regulations and rules were surrounding that event, what was and was not allowed. There was no like unclear line or boundary that I didn't know about while I was at the event, and there never has been on campus. So I feel like everything's really well drawn out and thought out for the freshmen that have been going to UAF for decades now. I would sweep right into that as well.
My next question is about the budget, so I don't know if you want me to wait.
Go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Molina or Mr. DeGraw, how will the revenue increase if students are already in the district and part of the foundation formula?
Yeah, that's a good question, Ms. Marati. So what happens is when a school is established in the funding model, the first students at a school come with a higher multiplier to basically provide the fixed costs and the infrastructure needed to start up a school. So once it's, the first 50 to 100 students, it's a high multiplier. Once you get to student 800, 900, the multiplier, so it actually gets to a point where it's a negative. One student doesn't equal one, it equals 0.9 or something to that effect. So that's the short answer to your question. We're taking students off the top of other schools that has a negative multiplier, and we're plugging them into a new school where the multiplier might be 2 or 2.5 of the ADM.
Can I follow up real quick?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. That actually makes perfect sense. So will that multiplier, is it based on the number of students at the school, or is it based on a number of years?
It's based on the numbers of students at the school. So we're taking them, we're running hypotheticals, taking X number of students from the different high schools and then plugging them into a new school within the model. And so it's strictly derived from those student numbers.
So if the enrollment stays at that 175 for the second year, it'll still get that higher multiplier year 5, 6, 7.
Correct. It would be perpetual.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually had a question, and some of them were already asked by my fellow board members, but I do want to make a statement. I do recall when you came and presented this. This was one of my very first things while we were on the board, and I recall them stating that our hope is to expand. And I think that it is amazing that we are talking about the expansion of North Star College, because when we talk about options and opportunities for our students, as we can see even just by these numbers, students that have gone and attended this school, not all of them have gone into a university setting, but that they have been able to go and see what is right for them for the rest of their life. And I think that is such an incredible gift that we can give our students. And it goes into I do have just a quick question, since a lot of my actual budget questions were already asked. When we talk about the expansion of this school, we have a counselor who has been able to really hyper-focus on 40 students, and then that first year of expansion, we're going to go to 120 and then to 175. We still have one counselor who will be facilitating the educational, questions and quests of all of these students, along with a registrar, a teacher, and a director. Now, is that going to be enough staff to support those students? And I guess, where do we sit with that?
Yeah, I do feel confident that that's an appropriate amount of staff to start with in the first year. The university takes a heavy lift in a lot of the educating of our students, and so we've had some good conversations both with the university and internally, and we feel like this is an appropriate amount of staff members to ensure the success of our students and the support of our students. And while Kristen will have a heavier lift, it's still not at necessarily the numbers that some of our counselors are experiencing at our home attendance area schools, and so there's still room to grow there.
And with this model, I would actually have less duties, because right now I'm inputting the grades, I'm buying books, I'm doing all the administrative, well, not everything, but I'm doing a lot of the things that will be shared with having an administrator and director. So I'd be able to concentrate just on the counseling part.
Perfect, thank you.
We also provide a staff member at UAF who works with Kristen and the North Star students, as well as our dedicated student support efforts, the college success course, tutors. We have an academic coach who is specifically dedicated to dual enrollment in North Star students.
And this is awesome just because I kept hearing the theme of that one-on-one, knowing all of the students, and so that would be able to continue. That's a really great gift that we can give. I have a couple of people still in the queue. I had Ms. Smith, and I also had Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I saw in one of the slides about the sports that they would still be able to participate in the sports, like Mr. Rozelle was telling me about his activities still at West Valley. And if they become their own school, it seemed to me that you were implying they would still be able to participate in those activities and sports at their home of record, like the best students. But my question is, so the charter school students cannot do that, correct? And how's this different?
Are you talking specifically about Effie, or our other charter schools don't have high school students, so there's a difference there when we're talking about high school activities. Effie has, a big enough student population that they can offer their, I should say, most of the activities that they want to participate in. There are some activities that they don't have high enough student interest, and then they co-op with other schools to ensure that they can still participate in sports. And so really, if for some reason down the road North Star College wanted to field some kind of team or activity, I think they could do so. I think the premise of this conversation is just ensuring that folks understood that students could still participate in activities, and if they've already established eligibility at one of their schools, that they'd be able to continue there.
Thank you. And then can I have one more question? Okay. I also saw in the slide that there was a student success center that was developing in the library, but what is that?
Do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so the Student Success Center is a big project that we're launching, and this is to really centralize the support for students so that they have one place. One is a welcoming space where students come. The services that will be there provided for all the students is advising, the first year advising, for example, a comprehensive advising, career counseling, math tutoring, writing center, speaking center, all in one place. So student comes in. And then there are study spaces in the Student Success Center where it's individual study spaces as well as group study spaces. So you are in cohorts of 2 or 3, or as well as if you want to take a Zoom class with 5 of your friends, then there is another space over there. So this is basically a space where if you don't know where to go, you still can go there, and then you get all your answers in one place. And it's on the 6th floor of the library with both sides, which have windows, and it's a really beautiful space that has been cleared up for this.
Would you like for me to put you back in the queue? We're good. Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to UAF. And actually, when I look at the proposed district staffing, looking at its, I have a question whether it needs to be so big. Because the question that I have for UAF is, One of the things that was very attractive when this first came before the board was really that partnership. Yes, we're bringing students who are paying full tuition, which helps the university, and money going out of our coffers to the university coffers. Good thing. Okay. As part of that, the district hired a full-time counselor to be basically the liaison. UAF had a full-time staff member to do it and provided space. There was some, if you want, give and take on both sides to do it. The other services, and I am a little bit, there's some I know that are open to all students, like the Student Success Center. But then you mentioned an academic tutor that is working with there. I guess my question is, what is UAF putting into the expansion or to it? Which means more students, more tuition, fuller classes.
Well, I'll start off and I'll let my colleagues also speak to this. In terms of personnel, talking about personnel, just like from the district side, we have a full-time staff member. We have a full-time dedicated staff working with the North Star Middle College. Dr. Laura Conner over here is our faculty. She's a professor in science education, and she's a faculty fellow who's basically got her dedicated time paid for working with the North Star Middle College solely for the dual enrollment efforts at UAF. So that's another position where it's a faculty perspective position bringing to the table for the North Star Middle College. We have a part of our, and again, we talked about Center of Students' Rights and Responsibilities. That is a service provided to everyone, but there is a portion of the time that she dedicates to the North Star Middle College efforts as well as from our academic advising services. We provide a lot of resources for the academic advising of the students. So for example, the students really, the university offers 180 degrees. We've planned out and mapped out 4 pathways over here as examples of representative pathways. But if the student wants to deviate and take another pathway, there are so many options. And so those advising services beyond what is there with the dedicated advisors is also available to those students. So in terms of that is in terms of the personnel. In terms of facilities, we are renovating space, expanding space, looking at the expansion of what the new staffing is coming in to be, and having those spaces as well as dedicated needs for what we call student hangout spaces that would be available to the students. The expansion of the middle college space is specifically designed with this expansion in mind also. So there are those resources that come along with it. We also have an honors college, and the students from the honors college are also serving, mentored by a faculty member, the director of the honors college, and is also working with the students for students to serve also as peer mentors for students in the North Star Middle College. So another activity that the university has taken out, as well as having dedicated academic coaches. So I'm going to let either Laura or Alex talk about the academic coach that we are dedicating, are designing as for the North Star College.
Sure. Academic coaching is actually something new for us. We've had peer mentors in the past, and academic coaching is a slightly different model. But it's students who have been successful, who help other students, not exactly with tutoring in disciplinary areas, but in things like time management and organization and test anxiety and things like that. So we just started this year hiring those students who have been through a really extensive training. And one of the students that we hired is a former North Star College Middle College student who will be dedicating her time solely to working with those students.
Yeah, I also just wanted to add that I think we should think about the number of faculty that are involved too. As it goes forward, we think about the students now, they're taking a mix of high school and college level courses, and the plans going forward are to shift that more towards the UAF side. And so we'll have, our faculty will be teaching more of the classes. And so we're actually talking about shrinking the teacher side role on the high school side and growing the UAF faculty side. And so we're going to have a larger contribution to teaching the classes as well. I think what's interesting is thinking about the model in Anchorage with the middle college down there. The staffing model there is also, in terms of the core staff, there's a few people that are on the school district side, a few people on the university side, and one of those is a dedicated advisor, which we're hoping to have in place. But I think that we're going to be looking at a structure that's actually a little heavier on the UAF side compared to the UAA Anchorage School District breakdown for comparison.
Can I ask clarifying?
Go ahead, Mr. Doran.
Okay. Two questions for clarifying. One, you're looking at providing enough space for 175 students and administration, staffing. That would be at no cost to the district.
Yeah, so the staffing at the moment, the space that we have, we are expanding for the new staff. And the students, actually, there are classrooms already available that the universities, that the students will move into in those classroom spaces. So we do have spaces for expanded cohort classes for the 175 students. And yes, there is a dedicated expansion of facilities for the staff that are
I mean, for the hanging out, because you're going to have the classrooms anyway for college students. That's not.
Yes, so we do have.
Right now, they come, and it's a beautiful place. I've stopped up there briefly and eyed it. But so that would expand for more students to.
So yes, so there is dedicated spaces for students to hang out and to do their work and assignments besides the classroom spaces.
Okay. And then the clarifying question I have for you, Laura, is in terms of when you mentioned, well, the university professors, if you have more students at the university, you might be able to hire more. We're paying for that, just as if any other student going to the university. So it's helping to fill some of those classes and add to that. But is that and it does have the ripple effect of fewer students, fewer teachers in our high schools. So I'm just not sure why that's a contribution.
I guess I wasn't thinking of it as a ripple effect of fewer high school teachers. I guess what I was saying is that we won't need to move all of those teachers over to North Star College. Right now, the staffing level is only envisioned to be one teacher, whereas right now they might be taking classes from several different teachers. I thought that Luke had said that wasn't going to be an overall net loss for the staffing on the school district side, though. I mean, for the whole district.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that number, anyway, my question, as you was indicating, and maybe I just read it wrong, that the university contribution was that they were going to have teachers up there who are already there, and we're just adding to the classes, students there. So, okay.
Yeah, I can add one example maybe that would be helpful. So some of these courses, as we looked at the sample schedules for students, are things that we don't necessarily already teach. And so we're working with the departments that would be responsible for those courses to develop new courses and to assign faculty to teaching those.
Can I just really quickly just thank our students for coming and testifying this evening and discussing their experience. Thank you.
We have a big presentation tomorrow.
Okay. Maybe just a thought as we look at budget and get into more details, it would be really nice to have what the district is putting in and costing the district and what the university is putting in. Because I think the partnership is really, really good. but I'd like to see a delineation so we can really understand what the full cost of this is.
Yeah, for sure, Mr. Dorn. We can put an illustration together. I'll just say from an anecdotal high level, we've been very pleased with the partnership and pleased with the resources that the university is dedicating to the whole process. I can't overstate a lot of talk about the staff supports for the students, but I can't say enough about the facility efforts and investments that the university has made. So we're very pleased. But yes, we can put together an illustration for you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mrs. Sanderson, then Ms. Matheson, and then Ms. Barani.
So I'm excited about this work is coming up on our 3 years of the North Star College. I've always had a concern about the lottery. That's always been a hard point for me, is how students get into this. You know, this is such an opportunity to make sure that students have this firm foundation under them. And I know the first year out of the 40 students that were selected, I'm gonna believe I'm correct in saying about 20 of those students came from West Valley. And every year we sort of ask the question about, you know, what does the demographics of the school look like? So I would just like for us to maybe address again the lottery, and then how are we tracking the students that are going through the North Star College? Because this is I had a conversation today explaining to a leader, you know, how important that this could be for students, the opportunity that it affords them, and also talked about our CTE program. So if you could just talk to me about those two things.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. You know, I think one thing that we've done since that first year is really worked very heavily on the recruitment efforts at all of our high schools. You know, we noticed that right away that, you know, we needed to do more effort out at all of our high schools to ensure that students and families understood the benefit of North Star College and understood how they could apply and work through that process. And so we'll continue to do that. With the expansion efforts, you know, we would have more dedicated staff to also help in those recruitment efforts, which I think would help to ensure we have a diverse student population that attends the program. I do think it's important to note that, you know, we've had some pressure in the past to I guess, raise the GPA or add additional requirements on for students to become eligible for the lottery. And we've kept it at that 2.5 GPA and, you know, ensuring that students are on track to graduate so that we're not setting some artificial target for students that hadn't thought about college before and putting a barrier in the way of them. We want to make sure that students that want to have the opportunity and they get selected in the lottery have the opportunity, and that they're then supported through their efforts in the North Star College. So we have done a lot of work around that, more work to be done, but it is something that's on our radar to ensure that we've got a diverse student population from all of our high schools.
And what I would like to add to Mr. Meyer's question about the recruiting process, one of the reasons we wanted to have this conversation early in the year, because we have planned out a pretty robust recruitment process starting if the board should approve to move forward with the expansion. We're like poised and ready to do that aggressive recruitment, so students all across the district know what's available to them and how to access that, access what's available to them. So we have already been talking about what a good recruitment process might look like.
No, thank you for that. I just think it's such an important thing that we offer to students. The more, as Ms. Joni always talks about, more pathways that we can offer our students. I wonder if this frees up, teaching space for students who really need that academic component in the classroom while our other students are pursuing this pathway. So, thank you.
And just also one last note on that question, Ms. Sanderson. Mr. Meinert mentioned earlier we see the 175 as a minimum number. So as far as access to the program, long term, of course, we want to manage if there's, some exponential growth that's on the table. We want to manage that growth, make sure we can provide the great services that we're doing already. But 175 really is the minimum that we would be looking at. And if the program can expand beyond that, we'll and hopefully, ideally, that would eliminate. Obviously, the minimum standards would be maintained, but hopefully, the idea is we could possibly eliminate the lottery altogether in the future.
Thank you. I have Ms. Matheson, Ms. Marati, and then I have Mr. Sampson, and then I have Mr. Dorn. I do want to respect people's time. It is now 8:30. And so at that point, I believe all of us board members have had an opportunity to speak and ask questions, but we will go to those four people.
Thank you. I think that this question is for Dr. Prakash and your team. So I think that the Student Success Center sounds amazing. When I was going to UAF, I took advantage of the math lab and the writing center as much as I could. How are we teaching our students to access the math lab and the writing center if we're building that Student Success Center?
Yeah, that will actually replace what exists as the math lab and the writing center now. They'll move into that space. And part of the thought of that is that, especially with first year advising being there, that students will have to walk through the door because sometimes just getting them through the door is the hardest step.
Yes, wonderful.
Ms. Marati?
Thank you. I just want to be very clear for the community listening that our administration has said that this will cost $0 more than what was budgeted already for this program. So for everyone listening, this is not new money. This is already budgeted, approved, and done. I want to thank our administration for inviting UAF team to the table. This is what our chief school administrator says all the time. This is partnering with our community, with our organizations. And like I said, when I first sat down, I want to do this more often. I want to do more partnering in the future with UAF if we can.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson, and then I have Mr. Doran.
Thank you, Ms. Luke. I'm just going to throw out a few comments over some of the discussion that we've had. The weighted grades, it's an issue that's come up. It's been an ongoing issue, and it's an issue that I believe that we are going to address. I'm glad to hear that there was a waiver given in relation to the scholarship program, and I wonder if we can't change some of the procedures on your end, on the state's end, or it seems to me like it'd be a little easier for us to address that in-house ourselves, so as to not have to ask for a waiver. But if for whatever reason we can't do that, it would be great that the students know that they're not relying on a waiver, a possible yes or no. The minors on campus, the liability, the safety, the risk issue, it's a concern, but as was stated, it is a school choice, and there is parental involvement there, and obviously we can't hold the students' hands everywhere they go, and we can't monitor them and know exactly what they're doing and where they are at all times. But the expectations are there, and the parents are on board, and as was mentioned, there's clear lines of communication and a clear understanding, hence the waivers. As to the personnel, I believe we might be a little heavy on the district side, maybe with one staff member there, but I kind of liken it towards, a tree or a plant or whatever, an investment that you have. You put all this work into a tree, and there towards the end it hasn't fruited out. You don't just you just do what you got to do to make sure that you can get those apples or the crop off of it. And I think that it's integral that you know, I'm pretty conservative in nature, fiscally speaking, but when we're talking about matters such as this, starting a new program, this is actually a new way of doing business, of education in a sense. And I would err on the side of extra staff. You know, I would err. One place in government spending that I would always go ahead and err on the side of being heavy would be education. That would be kind of last one that we go ahead and tighten up our shoestrings on, our belt buckle. You know, we can address other issues, but our children is where it's at. And it's an investment which implies that the payoff is down the road. So although, you know, dollar for dollar, you know, it could actually be run us, it could be more expensive per student, and you could still, I'd still buy it. You know, if looking at the numbers of the students that went on from our district to the University of Alaska and got through 1-2 years, I don't know what those numbers are, but these numbers before me, as far as this program is concerned, is absolutely phenomenal. A quick note on the weighted grades. Although Mr. Dorn touched, in a sense, it is free schooling. It is a scholarship in a sense. It's only a scholarship to the students who participate in that. So we do have students that may go up to the university, and those weighted grades aren't reflected on their transcripts, and those students may have intentions to go somewhere else. And so it doesn't really bother me, assuming that our students stay in state. For our students that go to another program, I think it's important that they get the grades they have coming, just as we give them the grades they have coming, their weighted AP classes. I think if the kids are over there taking a tough class up at the U, give them the credit like his AP. But that's in-house. I think we'll deal with that. The lottery issue, the equity behind it, I think that's about as fair as it can get. But you know, we could sit down and argue that that's not fair at all. Hopefully, we don't have a lottery. And hopefully this program blossoms into something that everyone who wants to participate in this program can. And we'll never get there if we don't err on the side of liftoff. So I'm fully supportive of this. I just want to say thank you to all the staff at the university and here in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. There's been a lot of behind the scenes work to pull this off in a short amount of time. And it's it's just really impressive, and it's going to have a long-lasting effect on our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll end with Mr. Doran.
Thank you. As I get to my question, I want to say thank you to Dr. Prakash, Dr. White, Ms. Moline, and Ms. Luke for putting this on the agenda, and all the support groups. So I don't want to leave anybody out because this is an important conversation. And since North Star College started, it was actually this is the first time we've gotten some real beginning of an update with it and such, partially because of pandemics. And you guys all navigated that pretty well. And it's nice to know because you were involved with that strongly. And I've worked up at UAF, teaching and or directing programs that bring elementary students, middle school students, and high school students to the campus. And I think we can't do much better than that in terms of getting kids ready what they're coming into. You testified to that. Just to bring, and I look forward to getting into the details because this will have a major impact on our budget. And if it costs more and we're looking at a budget shortfall as we go into those conversations, what do we cut? So that'll all have to go in and it's the details that'll help us with that. But just to bring me up to date, my question is specifically on cohort courses. I believe when it started, there were some, not just college success courses cohort, but there were some content courses that were cohort still going on, or if you could just explain that.
Yes. We have both the political science course, and which is the government course, and then that takes place in the fall, and then we have the economics course in the spring, which is cohorted. And so we're still engaging in that cohort model in addition to the college success class.
Okay, thank you.
The juniors would be similar. They would have one each semester, at least one cohorted class besides the devs.
Okay, and then they go out to whatever other 3 courses they would be taking.
Whatever else they chose with their advisor and with me.
Okay. And a full course load is 5 courses. Is the expectation that they take 5?
3 to 5. It depends on what they're doing at their attendance area school too. So it could be 5, it could be 3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for a very, very informative, fruitful conversation and evening. We really appreciate everybody's dedication, everybody's time, the information. We do have another discussion tomorrow evening for the listening public, just to kind of go over a couple of things that we discussed tonight, just because we do know that some people tune in only on Mondays and some people tune in only on Tuesdays. So we want to make sure that we can disseminate this information out to the public. And there were a couple of questions that were asked this evening that we are going to, administration is going to work on getting those answers for the board meeting tomorrow evening. Was there any last thought from administration before we move on?
No, I would just want to kind of say where we are in the process, and this is our beginning of the process, and then on the, later on, I believe it's on the October 18th agenda, there'll be a vote, and that vote is needed to set up a new school. So if indeed the board should decide to go this route, then we would start down the process with the Department of Education to form our new school. And then the ball would be rolling, we would be radically recruiting students, and we'd be ready to launch. But that's a process we have to follow to start a new school. So I just want to make everyone aware of that kind of a timeline, and also express my appreciation to our UF partners. It's always a pleasure to visit with you and to have you here, and meet everybody and let everybody meet you. I appreciate your time.
And actually, can I say one last thing about what you stated? Somebody asked me about the timeline and why we have discussed this so early on in the year. And it is truly because a new school needs to be set up, and that is a process that needs to happen before we can open up a possible lottery to allow students to come in and ensure that UAF is set up properly, that our district is set up properly, and ensure that something like this magnitude of an operation can start next school year. And that is why we are having this conversation in the beginning of October. We will have it again tomorrow evening, and then we will have it again on October 18th in time for an opportunity to vote on if we will move this forward. And so that is why we are having this timeline in October, to ensure that we have the time needed to do a lottery, to have UAF ready, to have our students, to have our administration and our employees and our students ready for the fall deadline, if this is the will of the board. Thank you. And if UAF would like to leave, we have held you captive for an extended period of time this evening, and so we really do appreciate you and your time and your efforts to help our students.
Can I go, please?
Yes. Yes.
So the next step in our evening is to start with our schools of choice, our magnet schools and our schools of choice. So I would like to express my appreciation to the administration from those schools for being here and hanging with us through this first portion. of the evening's work session.
Mrs. Moline, could I, if our board members that are sitting all the way at the end of the table would like to move closer, you're more than welcome to. You don't need to stay at that distance if you'd like to come closer.
Spread out a little bit.
And could we invite Ms. Carrington and Ms.
to
Harrod
to
to the
board.
table?
Yeah, or to the table.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, cool.
I just want to make sure.
Barnett. Probably with Jeff.
Okay, moving on to our next school of choice. We'll talk a little bit about Barnett Magnet School. And so I wanted to start with a little bit of history of the school, when it started, and then hand it off to Mr. Lessing and Ms. LaPlante to give us a current reality. And I do want to reiterate that the purpose of this work session is not to close any schools, is not to make any decisions about shutting down any programs. This is a work session to understand our schools of choice, our magnet school and our CTE school, where we are and what we need to make sure that we can continue to offer the magnet school in a meaningful way. I did a little research in history, searching onto when Barnett Magnet School started. It started the conversation in the spring and summer of '04 and opened as a school in '05. And according to the minutes of the board meetings, it was created to have a flexible schedule for part of the day, a unique scheduling consisting of uninterrupted blocks of time in academic study and indoor exploration and skill reinforcement, an alternative to the current structure of in-town schools, so that students in grades 7 and 8 could remain and attend the magnet school instead of going to the 7th and 8th grade middle school. And this one I found most interesting about the beginning of the school, in that it was to be an 11-hour school day, starting at 7 a.m. and going to 6 p.m. to offer that flexible schedule. And I included in your paperwork there on the table an example of a block schedule that they had, we can pass that around, that they had proposed in the original proposal for the school. So those were the beginning conversations in '04, '05. Does everyone have a copy of that? So that was kind of the very seed in the original in '04, '05. And just like so many programs, there is a maturing and an evolution process that happens. And that has happened over the last 17 years. And it has improved and found ways to meet the needs of their population in new and different ways. So I wanted to give you a little bit of that history, and then I want to give Mr. Lessing and Ms. LaPlante a chance to say kind of where we are now and how the school's matured, and then what's needed to maintain the school as it is.
Thank you, Ms. Moline. Yeah, Kate LaPlante speaking here, and I think you've done a very nice job of laying some foundational history, and I know that Mr. Lessig is going to do more to expand on, just like you said, how the Barnett Magnet School has gone from its initial inception to what I think it has mostly sustained, probably for the majority of its time as a magnet school, and then also particularly some of the hardships that have forced it to make some changes. So there's two factors that change the nature of the school. Some is an internal factor of what the parents, the teachers, the students are wanting to do, and then some are external factors of having to respond to pressures, oftentimes financial pressures or lack of resources. And so there's both of those things have happened to Barnett over the years, and I think Mr. Lessig is prepared to kind of explain those things and then talk about the vision potentially moving into the future as a really solid option for families.
I'd like to start by thanking the school board for the opportunity to brag on my school and share with you the things that we do there. I'd also like to thank Patty Carrington and Peggy Harrod for coming here. They have both been with Barnett since the beginning, and I rely on them for their knowledge of the history. I've been with Barnett for 11 years. This is my 11th year. 6 of those as a teacher, and or 5. The math is tough tonight. This is my 4th year as the principal, though. I absolutely love it. My kids have all gone there, so I've been a parent, a teacher, and an administrator at the school. And a little bit of history about our school. I would just start with our vision, which is a community where we imagine, explore, create, reflect, and celebrate learning. If you've driven by Barnett anytime lately, you'll see it in stone, or at least in tile on the sides of our building. The vision lends itself to our mission, which is in addition to an uninterrupted core curricular block, we empower and engage learners through a choice of interactive explorations designed to develop and motivate the whole child. And for us, the whole child comes in many different ways, shapes, and forms. It walks in the door from our walking zone, or it comes in the door through our lottery. And those children all have different interests and different drives and different needs, and we try to meet their needs the best we can to empower each of those kids to be a successful citizen and able to pursue the dreams that they have. The origins of the magnet school, as Superintendent Moline started with, kind of came out of an elementary school in downtown Fairbanks that was failing, AYP, and the desire to continue that school and to bring some new life into it. The decision was made by the school board to create a magnet school. Initially, there was a really wacky schedule, and I think that lasted, 1 year? It lasted the first year. And the challenges of having 3 different start times, 3 different curricular blocks were too much. The trade-offs of having that flexibility were just immense in scheduling and accountability of students, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Initially, the drive was to have many different opportunities for kids to do things other than PE and music, which were the traditional specials in most of the neighborhood elementary schools. And so there was a lot of drive to get away from the traditional music and PE specials. So for example, dance, taekwondo, and programs like that were brought in to give different opportunities for our students. We have a robust arts program that's always been a feature of our school. Initially, there was a large demand for foreign languages, and so through the years we've offered everything from Chinese, German, French, to Spanish. Spanish was the longest lasting of all of our programs. Demand for that's dwindled in the last few years, and I've had to make some tough decisions, and we kind of have put that on the shelf for right now. I just didn't have enough demand to continue to have a half-time Spanish teacher on staff. Hopefully, as I'll speak about in a minute, we can bring that back in the future. Right off the bat, Barnett Magnet School was grant funded, and it was also carrying, I believe, some of the Title I funding over from when it was a neighborhood school. And so initially there was a large amount of money coming into the school, and that money was put to good use. For example, it was one of the first schools that had laptops for the students. A very robust technology program, which we've continued to this day. We've also used monies for outside instructors, for example, our dance and taekwondo teachers, for example. And the other big demand was for an uninterrupted core. And so initially Barnett, up until the last couple of years, has had an uninterrupted morning core where there's no pullouts, no specials, not even special education services were provided except as a push-in during that time. Recently, as you guys are all very much aware, we went through the final phase of our almost 18-year remodel. that is finally, we're checking off items on the punch list finally and getting everybody in new spaces and everything squared away. But unfortunately, the building was made for a lot less students than we have. And so we've had to get creative with how we've delivered our explorations. And a couple of years ago, when we went into the remodel, the decision was made to switch our primary students to morning explorations and to kind of expand their specials and return some elements such as PE and music and art to all of the primary classes. The fourth grade and up still do their explorations in the afternoon. And that segues into some of the other changes that we've had over the years. We've traditionally had a pretty robust extended learning program support. We've had usually one full-time learning ELP teacher. That's been decreased in recent years. We started with a whole lot of community involvement, and that's kind of dwindled a little bit over time. We're working very hard. I think we have one of the very best PTAs in the district. They're exceptional, and they support our school very well. And it's through our PTA that we continue to maintain a lot of our community involvement. Other outside influences that have changed our model over the years, the biggest thing about Barnett that makes Barnett Barnett is our explorations. And our explorations are meant to be hands-on project-based learning, low student to instructor ratios that provide the opportunity for imagination, exploration, innovation, all of those things that our up and coming workforce needs to have to be successful in our current world. As budgets have tightened, as the grant money and such has worn off, we've had an increase in pupil to teacher ratio. That increase has put a lot of pressure on those afternoon classes. We've also reduced funding for some of our afternoon teachers. Barnett does receive an extra 2.5 FTE, full-time employees, for teaching staff in the afternoon, and that has been used traditionally to cover those afternoon classes so that they can spread out, have some breathing room, and truly get into the exploration model that we like to maintain. Increases in PTR have kind of reduced that, as has decreases in staff. Traditionally, we appeal to homeschool families as an opportunity for them to come in and get some experiences in the classroom with our explorations. As our PTR was increased and our staffing decreased, we ran out of room for them. And unfortunately, over the past few years, their numbers have dwindled as we've been unable to really find room for them in those explorations that are already packed to 25 to 30 kids in some cases. The other big change to our program big staple of our program that has had to change recently was our Fridays in Fairbanks program. Barnett's always prided itself on being able to get out in the community and be involved, teach the children, teach our students, that civic virtue of being a member of the community and providing elements of giving back to the community that's giving to them. Last year, through the budget woes, we lost a coordinator for our Fridays in Fairbanks program, and that's kind of put us into a place where we don't know exactly what we're going to do with it in the future, because right now our teachers are already so busy with just their regular day-to-day work that planning activities for all of the classes on Fridays is a little bit more than I can ask them to do. Some have continued, some have stopped and focused on recovering some of the skills that might have been lost over the past few years. But we're forming a committee with our PTA and with parents to try and rethink what we want to do with those Friday afternoons. We're still doing a lot through the community, whether it's cleaning up the cemetery and helping them maintain that, going to the food bank, to all the different things that we like to do, and also just getting out in the community and having fun. We're still doing some of that, but we're trying to rethink it in light of the loss of that position and the support that position provided. Our vision for the future, we really like our school. We really like the way it goes. We like the product that it produces. We like a lot of our staff stick around for quite a while. We enjoy doing it. It's a lot of work, but it's a very rewarding work. Some of the things that we'd like to see in the future would be a reduced class size. Sticking to district PTR has lent itself to larger classes, which in the mornings aren't as onerous as they are in the afternoons when we're trying to split these kids out into their explorations and give to the parents and the students the model that we've kind of promised them. It's much more difficult to have 25 kids squeezed into a science class and still do good experiments than it would be with 14, for example. We'd also, with that, like to be able to bring some of our homeschool students back. They always added a rich extra element to our afternoon exploration classes, and it's been sad to see them go. Reducing our afternoon class sizes would bring us the opportunity to bring some of them back, and you know, just to be frank, to bring that money back into the district also. You know, if they come as a half-time student to Barnett, that's you know, half of an allotment that would come back to the district. We also, as I mentioned earlier, we'd really like to bring back at least Spanish. Both Ms. Harrod and Ms. Carrington have taught Spanish in the past, and it's something that we would really like to bring back. And we'd like to continue to build our community relationships and partnerships that we've had. We have a lot of them, but I think that's what makes us special, is we're right smack dab in the middle of downtown. There's a lot of people that we can go out and help and reach and teach our kids to be civically minded. How can the school board and the administration help? Well, pie in the sky. I would love to have a 22-to-1 pupil-to-teacher ratio. Our building is designed for 417 students. I'm currently at 427. And we're going to lose a couple of those in a few weeks, which is why we've kind of upped over 425. Last year, at the end of the school year, the district said 25-to-1. I said, aye, aye, sir. And we marched, and we are at 425. And I plan on keeping that until I'm told otherwise, but it's very difficult. It's very difficult, especially with our exploration classes. A 22-to-1 PTR ratio would bring us to 90% of the deed capacity for our building, which is 417. It's a starting point, maybe in a negotiation, although I don't know how much say I would have in that, but it would certainly lend itself to a little bit of breathing room in our building, and right now we're packed. And additionally, keeping the staffing. Even though the numbers go down, if we can keep the staffing, obviously we can continue to offer what we have promised our community that we would offer, which is low class sizes in the afternoon for the explorations. Yeah, I think that's what I have.
And if I can interject one thing, when Mr. Lessig talks about the design of the building, when there's a couple things that happened in the multi-year remodel phase, which is that for a while it kind of expanded and there was extra space, but now it has actually returned to its original remodel design, which included smaller rooms that were never intended to house entire classrooms of kids. They were designed for maybe the max of 16 to 18 students. They were specifically designed for smaller explorations, and so he cannot, and we asked, and there was no way within the designing phase, even at this late time, that we could have those classes redone as larger classrooms. We actually could not do that and keep with the grant that was going to be paying for this. And so he has rooms that do not meet you can't put 25, I mean, you can, but you're not going to be able to do nearly the same things that you would have done with those exploration phases. And so he did everything he could, Mr. Lessig, with our architects and contractors to try to make those spaces feel as large as they could by taking out storage and taking out cabinets and, you know, just creating as much floor space. But when he says that they physically don't have the space, they physically don't have the space to maintain all the classes at these larger sizes and do the explorations in the way that they really ought to be done.
Do we have questions from the board? I see Ms. Matheson and then Ms. Marati.
Thank you. I think I need clarification. So you have room for 417 students, and you have 427 students right now?
So the deed capacity of the building is 417. I have two homerooms per grade level, K through 8, minus one in the 7th and 8th. So in 7th and 8th grade, we combine 7th and 8th grade into 3 homerooms. And so there's a bit of we plan on attrition going from 6th to 7th grade, and maybe in the future we'll have to move 6th grade more into the middle school to keep in line with the district's move. And then we would be reducing our number of 5th graders going into the 6th grade. Right now we're counting on attrition from the 6th grade going into 7th grade. We're going from a 5th grade of approximately 50 students to a 7th grade of approximately 39. So those numbers are to keep my teaching staff, so to speak.
And if I can add a little bit about that, the deed capacity and how a school actually functions within the walls of the school are different. So the deed capacity talks to, based on like safety and the square footage, how many children can be in the building or how many people can be in the building safely. And that means if every single room had, exactly the correct number of people in it, that's how many could be in the school. But a school operates by having some spaces utilized while other spaces are not utilized because we have to have prep times, we have to have times for kids to rotate to different activities. And so the deed capacity at all of our schools is going to be higher than what we actually want to function at.
Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah. But we're saying right now that our deed capacity is 417 and we have 427 students.
Correct.
How, so you let us know that it's difficult. I'd like to know how are we functioning?
It's not, I don't know how to answer that question. It's the way we've always done things. And as Ms. LaPlante alluded to a minute ago, up until last year, we had an additional wing of about 12 to 15,000 square feet of space. And I'm not sure of all the legalese of it, but as I understand it, when the remodel started, part of the grant was that we had to return to the same size school that we initially were. And so if you're familiar with the building, when the library and the additional 5 classrooms were built, I believe in 2012-13, that space was added at the future expense of the addition that was demolished last summer. And so the analogy that we used for a while was that we loosened up our waistband at Thanksgiving dinner and we expanded a little bit into the building because it was bigger. And now we have to cinch the belt back down and figure out how our program's going to fit. And that's part of the reason why we had to switch the primary explorations to the morning. Those explorations use the spaces that are common to the buildings, for example, the gym and the stage and the music room and such. And so if we only use them in the afternoon like we had in the past, we won't have enough space for all the kids. And so we had to make a hard decision and split them between the two times of the morning and the afternoon.
Thank you for explaining that.
Ms. Marati?
I seem to remember, President Luke, you made a motion to add an additional $295,000 to keep Barnett's PTR low. What did that go to?
So they were slated to lose 2.5 educators last fiscal year, or for this year, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So they were going to lose the 2.5 educators out of their school, which would then bloat their PTR even higher or reduce entire classes from their school. or offerings, but a lot of their explorations, if I'm correct, are taught by core teachers, by a fourth grade teacher or by a sixth grade teacher. And so if that was not saved last year, then they would lose basically an entire grade from the school by losing 2.5 teachers.
Can I follow up on that then?
Yeah.
So I found it says to establish a separate PTR at Barnett Elementary, which is what it says in the approved CARES budget. What was that separate PTR at Barnett Elementary that we approved?
So it was to maintain what they were currently at rather than up it to where the rest of the district was upping their PTR to.
Right. What was that?
Yeah, I can answer that, sort of. I'll find that number. I don't recall it. It's a number for different grade bands, so I can get that information and email it. But
Because it's a higher PTR for their middle school. Sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
No, sorry, President Luke. Just to confirm, it was to maintain the PTR from 2 years ago that the school was historically running off of. The whole district was historically running off of. And then 2 years ago, we increased it. And then we've been maintaining a lower PTR than the increased amount with CARES funds. And we did that as well in the last budget cycle. So I'll find that number and we'll email it to the board.
Mr. Doran, would you like to explain in the microphone?
Okay, not taking an oath here. I believe it was 24.5 for the primary intermediate, 26 for the upper grades. It actually comes out to be just slightly below, I think it's 24.8 or 9 or something like that when I figured it out that night. So it's very similar to the other elementary schools, the 25 target.
Thank you. And where we were maintaining it was really in the middle school classes. Am I being accurate in that statement?
So 425 students is 17, is that right? Times 25, however many homerooms I have, and I don't want to do the math on the spot. But my elementary and in particular my primary classes are lower than 25 at the expense of the older kids' classes, which are a little bit larger, just to average it out, because I think that's best practice.
Did you have more questions, Ms. Marotti? No, thank you. Okay, thank you. Ms. Smith, and then I have Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I'm really not sure what my question is. I have just so many stirring around there. I think this goes back to a question that I asked at some point of saying, in a perfect world, what are we talking about? You know, if there's 2 or 3 classrooms of each grade in this building and it's too small, it just seems logical to me that we only have 1 or 2 instead of 2 or 3. Am I missing a big piece of that puzzle as to why we can't just reduce the number of students in this building? That's my question.
May I answer that? Traditionally, we've been a K-8, and that was a big part of the draw, was the idea that your student, your child, could attend from kindergarten all the way through 8th grade. And traditionally, we've had 2 homeroom teachers per grade level. I've played with different scenarios, especially last year, of trying to come up with different ways of reducing that, and it's not impossible. And to be very frank, it's something I'm still considering, especially with the move of moving 6th grade into middle school. There's an opportunity there potentially to reduce a little bit. To do a major reduction would be to completely upend the apple cart. And at what point do you tell a parent of a 2nd grader, I'm going to have to boot your kid because I'm going to remove one of the classes right now? And even if the school board gave me a 22-to-1 PTR, which I know is idealistic, or naive, that would not happen overnight. I couldn't do that. I'm not going to kick kids out of the school. It's not something that I could even possibly think of doing. And so it would be over time. It would have to be a long-term reduction. We've done everything we can to keep our numbers high, and we still have a wait list, from our pretty much all of our grade levels. People want to have their kids in the school. And I want to provide that opportunity for as many kids as I possibly can.
I have Mr. Doran, myself, Ms. Matheson, Ms. Moretti.
Okay, thank you for being here tonight, Jeff, and you guys. Appreciate it. And for getting an update. And so my two questions, one comes, where is Barnett at coming up with an updated proposal? And the reason I ask that is, as you mentioned, it has changed. The last proposal we have is from 2004. And that was a proposed, and I was around when it opened. We closed Barnett and then reopened the magnets, and then opened the magnet school. There was no reopening. So every principal I've talked to over the years, as a colleague or when I get to visit, is it's different. We have to do things differently. So where are you where's Barnett as a school to relook at that and propose, the original is no longer in operation, I think, is effectively, or parts of it are certainly not. It's changed. What would you do differently? And we're certainly not doing 3 blocks. We're certainly not set up for a lot of half-time students. So just, where are you for the update?
Go ahead. You got to use the microphone, Ms. Hayward. Yep.
I do know that Dana Evans and Jen Delzer came to the board and updated the model at one point, and that was that 4 years ago? Okay, yeah, because you've been here before, and it was before Groves. So there has been since this one. However, I can understand why you'd want it again.
I don't I don't have any grand new visions for Barnett. More than anything, when I accepted the job as the principal, my goal was to keep the wonderful things that we were doing as best as possible. And I've had to make some changes to the program by necessity and constraint. I would like it to continue to be a school that offers our students an uninterrupted core and exploration choices in the afternoon or in the morning if you're a primary student. Beyond that, I have to be flexible.
Okay. And my second question, and then put me back in the key, is regarding the class size. Basically, you're looking at 25 in the core. You would like it to be 22 for the core. What's the size for the exploration?
It would vary by class, obviously. We like to keep some classes smaller than others. Science labs, for example, ideally would be smaller. However, classes like social studies and those classes can be a little bit bigger. There's less project work. There's less, big stuff going on that takes up a lot of space. So to answer that question, it would vary by the class, but ideally that would drop our afternoon numbers by 10%. So a class that might have had 25 would be, in a little bit, 2 or 3 students lower. Does that answer your question, sir?
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what the actual class size that you'd be asking for staffing for, which would be, sounds like it's more like 20 than 22.
I think one of the things is that the PTR then gives a principal a number of staff that they have to work with. And they would then be able to decide how many of that is going to be assigned to core classrooms like homeroom teachers, and how many of that staff might actually be assigned to, you know, additional, like a halftime plus a halftime plus a halftime teachers for the exploration, so you can have more staff available during the explorations. So it's not necessary that every single class would have a homeroom of 22 or less. There would be some with a homeroom of 22 or less. There would be some with homerooms larger than that, because he would be using the staffing overall to create more explorations available to provide and keep those numbers lower for the types of exploration that really benefit from smaller groups. Other explorations can actually benefit from a larger group. You know, if I'm doing a dance thing in the gym, I might have 30 kids in there, but that allows a science exploration to have 16 or 18. So similar to some of the decisions that middle schools and high schools make with a PTR, but that doesn't mean that every single class is going to be exactly at that PTR.
Can I also add something in there? Originally, with Kathy Weaver, we had,
Can we turn your mic on?
there we go. We had 12 to 15 in those classes, not even 16 to 18. So originally, with the magnet model, we did have very low class sizes. And now I have 31 in one of my English classes in the morning, and trying to fit everybody, all those big bodies in the smaller room, it's tough. And my exploration classes are, in between 21 and 25. But those are small classes compared to some of the other people.
Maybe just a clarification, and I should preface this. I love when I go visit, and what you're doing. I mean, there's no question there. What I'm just trying to get a handle on as a magnet, and this is a beginning conversation in lots of ways, as a magnet, what is it a magnet for? When it started, there was a lot of interest in attracting homeschool parents who would come, many of them home half-time, and that was there. That was the magnet. What I'm a little concerned about is our magnet is, in a sense, our own in-district students from the other neighborhood schools. And I think that we should, we'd love to see smaller PTR for everybody. So I'm just trying to get that sense of your vision and implementation today that still makes it a magnet. And if we're going to fund it at a higher level than other neighborhood schools, primarily through PTR, what we're doing is that, not that it, so I'm not trying to be critical of it, I'm just trying to see where we're at today as a magnet school.
So I think the big draw of the magnet school for our parents is a school where their students have choice in the learning activities that they get to do outside of that core curricular block. They can choose their explorations. We still teach district approved and mandated curriculum, but it's done in a different manner. The approach and the delivery is different. And in that, they also have a lot of choice for other activities that they otherwise might not get. That is our draw. In addition to that, it's the K-12 or K-8, the ability to have your student in the same school with the same community, the same staff members through that whole process is a big draw for many of our families. The location's also a draw. Many families that work downtown like to have their students nearby. And we do not have busing. We have 425 kids that get dropped off and picked up every day. So there's a considerable investment from parents in time and in money, basically driving their own kids, and in return it's kind of a savings to the district also. But the explorations, the student choice, and the smaller classes in the afternoons in particular are the magnet draw.
Thank you. We have Mrs. Mathis. We have quite a long list of people with questions, but we'll start with Ms. Matheson and then Ms. Marati.
Mine isn't so much a question, just a reminder, not only to the board and to the listening public, that that Barnett prioritizes families, and that's one of the reasons why they can't adjust that PTR so easily. I know plenty of families that all go to Barnett. They speak highly about the school, and having all of their children in one school is huge, where, you know, some of the schools, we can't do that. So.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
Thanks. So the vote tomorrow is to preserve Barnett's magnet school, or preserve Barnett Magnet School as a magnet school.
Ms. Marati, and I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that was a misprint on the agenda.
Oh.
And we'll need to, and we will correct it. So it is not,
So are we voting on this tomorrow, I
No.
guess is my question.
No.
No, okay.
I will be requesting to change that off of the agenda. So I apologize. As we were preparing for tomorrow's meeting, originally timelines had shifted. And so I apologize for the confusion on the agenda.
That's okay.
I will be requesting to make that change or see if someone else would like to request to get that off the agenda.
And just to clarify, that is a conversation that vote will be coming later in the school year. At some point, you'll be voting on that. Is that your expectation?
So I guess back to that point, that question, is that this is a discussion that needs to happen sooner rather than later, due to the sole fact that this is a school of choice. There is a lottery system. If there is a desire to maintain Barnett as a magnet school at the minimum of where it is currently sitting, then that expectation of budget needs to be set forth prior to lottery, prior to any of those things. Because if there's a shift in model with this school, there would be a shift of PTR, there would be busing requirements, there would be reallocation of, I apologize, what do you call it? The boundaries, oh my gosh, boundaries, and that would take a bigger discussion. And so when we're discussing this at this point, very much like North Star, there are certain things, just like with any other decisions that we have to make when we discuss all of these things with the school. That's why this is brought up now prior to just the budget discussion, because of the lottery system and the entire change within that school environment included. And so at the request of another board member, it was brought forth at this time, and at this point in time, it was needed to have that open discussion on, can we as a district maintain and continue to maintain and support magnet schools? Or is the district wanting to go in a different route? I'm not saying we're closing the school. Please, people who are listening, that is not the intent of this conversation, but it is to look at the magnet model. Where are we with Barnett? Is that a model that the school district supports? Is that something that our funding can support? And so that's why we're having to have that discussion now prior to March or April, after a lottery and next year is already set up for the school.
Can I ask a question?
I'm so sorry, Ms. Marati, I kind of went off on a tangent about that, but.
No, it was very clearly explained. Thank you for clearing that up. So that I understand, then the This work session is informing us for a future vote on what you're going to eliminate from the agenda now, or before tonight.
Yes, so
Okay.
that we can have, that's why we have both of our magnet schools present, and that's why we also had North Star College present this evening, so that we can see what magnet models we currently have within the district, and is that the direction that the board would like to continue moving forward with as a priority within their budgets.
Okay,
for
so
their
my,
students.
my question then is, what's the cost to maintain Barnett as a magnet school?
So the estimate of additional costs for Barnett are in between $400,000 and $500,000. And that's just an estimate of additional certified staff, some additional activities, dollars, Fairbanks and Fridays, or Friday, whatever it's called. Sorry. And yeah, a couple of classified support positions additional. So it's between $400,000 and $500,000 is the cost. And that's just compared to a traditional attendance area elementary school of a similar size.
Did you have more questions, Ms. Marati? And thank you with your patience when I cut you off. I did not mean to be negative about that. I have Mrs. Smith. I also had myself in the queue. I have Mr. Dorn, and then I have Mr. Sampson.
Thank you. So I still just feel a little bit like I'm not getting it, okay? Because I feel like maybe my kids go to Barnett because they go to a charter school whose charter is exploration. And they have 22 kids per class. And they do academic block, and then they do exploration. They mix grades. They reach out to the community as part of their charter. So they do all of that within their 22 kids PTR with no additional funding. And is that true, Mr. DeGraw? That's what I mean. I'm just missing something here, and I need it. I need it to make an informed decision.
Mr. DeGraw.
So how do I navigate this statement? Charter school revenue is significantly more than what it would cost to educate those students at normal attendance area schools. So I will leave it at that. Does that make sense, Ms. Smith?
Makes total sense.
Okay.
In my previous understanding was that the charter school students were funded at or below the everyday student. That came to me from somewhere in this room at some time, that they were making it happen for less, and that's why we needed more of them.
I hope I did a good job of that statement.
Yes.
If the 150 or 200 charter school students were dispersed through the district, it would cost significantly less than their annual revenue that we pay. It would be more than the additional $400,000 to $500,000 that Barnett receives. It would be significantly more.
I do have a quick question. Do we know what the breakout is per student-ish?
Yeah, that would be roughly around $1,000 per student. I did a little bit of digging, and these aren't exact numbers; these are ballparks. It's difficult. There's a lot of costs that go into a school, right? There's direct costs to the school. There's administrative costs, here that are allocated to schools, et cetera, et cetera. But we're at about an elementary school of similar size. It would be about 8,000, give or take a few hundred per student, and an additional roughly $1,000 per student that we're expending at Barnett.
What was the cost per student for North Star College?
So
Was it 9,000? So basically what we're saying is that Barnett per student is the same as what we would be spending for each one of our North Star College students? Give or take.
Yeah, and it could apply to both scenarios. Like I say, those are just the financials that are coded to the school. There's additional costs district-wide that obviously would be spread out to students, but that would apply to North Star College students as well. So yeah, I would say that's a good, grenades and horseshoes analogy, in the ballpark.
Well, because I'm looking
Yes.
at our magnet school model, and we're talking about our North Star College students receiving or spending about $9,000 per student. And at Barnett, it's similar. So our magnet
Yes.
schools, and we haven't gotten to Hutch yet, so I apologize, but just our conversation this evening, it looks like it's about the same.
Yeah, similar costs, and again, you wouldn't necessarily be able to extrapolate that and apply that, to any, school in the district, but in this case, yeah, there's similar expenditures per student.
Thank you. I have Mr. Doran and then Mr. Sampson.
And let me say, since I'm one of the ones who brought this topic up, it was not to come to a vote to the board, but it was to have this type of conversation, because otherwise we get in the budget time, and if one place is getting more, we have to cut someplace else. And that's a real concern. It is not to close a magnet school, either one of our magnet schools. But I think it's to get an understanding so that of what that magnet is. And part of the magnet is there is not an attendance area, and can be attractive to that. I do know that there is a small, and the attendance area has grown over the years from our conversation. More students within the small sliver of attendance area that was there when it was started. Those other students within the Barnett Elementary attendance area moved elsewhere. But I think this is a really important conversation, because we do need to know what it is and what is that extra cost. And if the request that's coming to us is to reduce PTR even more, then that's going to be an extra cost. And what do we cut to do that? And one other thing generally I'll say, and then I have a question here, is that other times, other neighborhood schools have had waiting lists. So that's not out of the ballpark, and principals have had to send families home, so to speak. And stuff. So I don't want to get into an attendance area question. It's a Barnett is a magnet school, doesn't have an attendance area, and you do some really neat things there, as a lot of our neighborhood schools are doing really neat things. Part of the attraction, and I think Ms. Smith was alluding to this too, if it's 22, one of the attraction to the charter schools, they are the smallest class sizes in our district. There's no question. My concern is, what do we do to our neighborhood schools? The question specifically at this point is, you mentioned attracting homeschool students. I'm assuming that's, and I think you said half-time, which would certainly, if we are attracting in, but does that mean, let's say they were coming for the afternoon, or they might choose to come in the morning? That impacts your class sizes. In a sense, you're being staffed for the same number, but you're inviting more students in, or they're only getting their count as part of that number, but they're only there for half the time. So I'm a little confused. If you could just talk about how you really see attracting homeschool students in as a magnet.
There's two different elements to that. The first element is that we pulled a lot of homeschool kids into Barnett, half and full-time initially. As a school of choice, the charters see the same thing. Parents want that choice for their children. And so there's that draw right off the bat. The other side of it that I was alluding to earlier is, if we had the capacity in our exploration classes to allow or to offer additional seats, physical seats in the room to those halftime, or to those homeschool kids to pull them in as halftime students, that would also obviously help the bottom line by being able to, count them in our enrollment. The issue we have is that we just don't have physical seats. We used to have that ability, that option, and so we did have a robust group of homeschool kids that would come for half day. Some of them would only come for one class, 1 hour class. Others, through the years, that we had one family that wanted their kids to come in the morning for core. They didn't want them to stay in the afternoon. We made an exception for that because that wasn't traditionally the case, and we provided that option for them. Ideally, it would be that we could offer families that are maybe doing the reading, writing, and math at home the opportunity for their kids to come in and take some of our explorations. Does that answer your question?
It gives me an answer, yeah, and I'll process it, and I will say that this can't be the one conversation to then go to a vote. It's got to be, we need more information. I mean, I need more information. I'll speak for myself. And what the cost ramifications are, what the ripple effects are across, while still preserving the magnet and, I think the vision. I don't want to lose those visions that you have. The implementation may have to be adjusted. We're cutting all over. And I don't want to come down like it did at the end of April or even, I think it was in May, when we finally said, okay, you're going to get the staff and for both the magnet schools. We don't want to put you in that position because you already had to make plans. So I really appreciate having this time to really, because it's been on the table or floated around the edge of the table for years. As you mentioned, Dana Evans, and before that, it's been there. And then with yourself, how do you do it? And you can limit the size of the school, the number of students. And need to get back to see I'm anxious to see the new rooms, but it concerns me if they won't hold 25 or 22, but you need them to hold that. So where does that leave you? And I'm well aware of classrooms that were built for 25 and we're asking to put 28, 30 in, and there is not that space. Elementary and high school science labs were built for 25. But so that's why I'm just exploring, and that's where I think we need to really continue that and get into the details and the vision of where you're going from here forward and what you would like to see, and then we can work those costs becomes important. And we'll have to factor that into the budget.
Mr. Sampson?
So it's interesting that we're here because the magnet school was, when it was proposed, it was, a 3-block, and, magnet school is a magnet school because it offers something that other schools don't. And so what I hear is we would like to see a new plan on what the concept is. What makes your school different, because we don't, obviously there's not 3 blocks anymore. And I guess that's a valid conversation to have. But in a sense, it's kind of paperwork for the paperwork, because as a magnet school, whatever it is, it's been demonstrated. First off, Mr. Lessig, thank you for your service, whether it's in the armed services or in a squad car or as a teacher or as an administrative principal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But obviously, it's a successful program that's being sold to the community, what you have going on over at your school. So we, for lack of better terms, hauled you in here to talk about if your school needs to be revamped and relooked at. In the event that the school board finds enough value in the magnet school to the point in which we agree with you that you will lose your ability to be a magnet school if you have too many students in the classroom. It would no longer be a magnet school, hence the request to keep the student PTR low. That allows you to effectively be a magnet school. So naturally, here you are, you're saying, well, you got me in here, I'm going to ask for, help me do what we're supposed to be, which is a magnet school. Something that's interesting is the fact that if we went away from the magnet and we went back to the typical type of school, traditional school, as you mentioned, there would be busing involved. And so there are some costs to the district that would be realized there. And there's some savings the way you have it set up currently. Not to mention the draw that the magnet school has offered. It could have brought in students. It has brought in. I wish we had the data on that. That would be interesting, for you to bring in the data if it was there, so you could say, hey, it's valuable. We wouldn't have had all these students. We brought in students from outside the district, and it's created funding due to whatever your specific magnet setup is. In your case, today, it is based mostly on explorations. So my point is this, A, there's a savings on transportation. B, there was a net positive inflow into the district due to your particular school setup, and I think there's value there that needs to be identified before we would ever even consider changing from what is successful. But I think what's more important is the fact that you have a successful school. I've been over there. It's a wonderful school. I've heard nothing but positivity from the families and students that I've had family that have attended your school. And you're asking for help. And I'm not inclined to say we're not going to help you if we can't identify the needs at every other school. I'm willing to do it one school at a time. I think we can do it, 22. And that's why I grabbed the book, as Mr. Doran alluded to. If we want to get it down to 22, this is where it's going to be at. We're going to make cuts somewhere. So we'd have to sit down and have a conversation about what we can do to ensure that Barnett can maintain its magnet status and offer offerings that no other school does in the district. So I'm willing to work with you. I think we could find it, but it would take some work. And it would be good to have maybe Mr. Hinton touch on the transportation. There's a monetary value, and then there's other values associated with requiring to bus, 425 students into that, into the transportation system. That affects other students also. And so it's not just money that we're talking about here. That's about all I've got. K through 8 is not offered too many places, and when you take that away, there's a pretty good block of folks that don't want to participate in that school anymore. So they're there for a reason. It's K through 8, and many of them are there for that specific fact. And I just wonder, there's the unknown of what we would lose if we went back to what pre-04 was it? 05? That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Sampson. I think it looks like we're about done with the conversation. I do want to state, just for the record, I do have children at that school. It took me 5 years of applying to get into this, to get one of my kiddos into the school. That's how much I personally wanted my children to be a part of that school community. My children did get in prior to my board service. I want to be very clear of that. But one of the things that I think that Mr. Lessig really spelled out very well is the 22. Yes, that is pie in the sky. Let's do it. Like, that would be amazing if we can do that. Bare minimum, maintain it as a magnet school program, because there is buy-in from the community who have had not just one of their students, but get all of their students within the program because they find success for their students there. I think it is amazing, as Ms. Smith mentioned, there is a charter school in our district that has basically modeled their entire charter school off of the current Barnett magnet school model. How amazing is it that another school that is a charter school has based their entire, well, maybe not their entire model, but a lot of their model on the Barnett system. The parents are incredibly engaged in the day-to-day activity of their students. I don't think a day goes by that I don't see a PTA member in that school, which I think is really incredible. And I do have to say, explorations like Blood and Guts really gets a 6th grade boy excited about learning about his body. How amazing is it, right? Blood and Guts, a class like that. Or Daring Class for girls and Daring Class for boys, where they got to do some incredible things, or robotics, or coding, or all of those incredible opportunities that would not have been afforded to those students. Is it available to everyone? Well, you can definitely do the lottery. And I did it for 5 years and was finally able to get in. But those types of classes and those offerings are an incredible asset to our elementary and middle school students, where parents will send their children to charter schools to get the same type of education. And we have upped the PTR to ensure that we can have more of those students within those classes. Do we wish we had a lower PTR? Absolutely. How incredible would that be that we could have a lower PTR? But at very bare minimum, maintaining the magnet school models for schools such as Hutch, schools such as Barnett, and schools such as North Star College is an incredible asset, because they are giving our families choices that they truly, truly believe in and they truly rally behind. When we can rally our community and our families behind a program, their students are more likely to succeed. And I find that incredible when we have our community and our families rallying behind their students, and even community partnerships, which I'm super excited to hear about next with Hutch, and our partnership with UAF. So really, Mr. Lessig, and our incredible educators, and Ms. LaPlante, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time, your energy, your effort to serve our students, serve the rest of our community, and ensure the success of our of those amazing students that you see every single day. Not that I'm biased that I have one of my kiddos' teachers here, but thank you very much. Mr. Dorn,
Thank
is it
you.
very quick?
It's to the point. But I do want to affirm, and I think it's important that we leave the room tonight. We are not talking, I am certainly not talking and raising the conversation, closing or changing Barnett's status as a magnet school. I think what it is helping to get an understanding of what does it need in terms of its current vision, so that, you know, maybe not every year, but it's been pretty often that Barnett has been seen decreases in staff. It's been going on for 17 years. So either we have that information that's clearly before us, as we go into the budget season as to what we need to expect to put in, even if it's maintaining what we have. Right now, it's covered by CARE. I mean, it's help directly or indirectly covered by CARES. I think it's directly out of CARES. So we don't have that money next year. So we need to figure out how do we keep that vision going? How do we support it in relation to the whole district? The question is not magnet school status. So I think that's where we need to get that understanding, and that'll be a further conversation.
Ms. LaPlante.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. I think one of the points you make that I just want to kind of expand on a little bit is that you're right, the cuts have been coming to Barnett Magnet School almost instantaneously, right, as soon as they were there, because it is a slightly more expensive, maybe not slightly, especially at inception, it was definitely a more expensive model. I think that in the years that Dana Evans was principal there, one of the ways they survived those cuts was by increasing their student enrollment, which they could do because they had the Thanksgiving pants, right? They had the larger school that they could do that in. So that was how they were able to continue to have enough staff to do the creative things that they needed to do, even though the PTR was going up. They were still able to do a lot of the explorations. We are now at a new critical stage because they can no longer just keep increasing their student enrollment because they actually physically don't have the space to do that. So that solution, which worked for, 10 years or more, is now off the table. And it went off the table really at the beginning of this year. And so we're looking, I think that I kind of look at it, there's a balancing spot where there's enough staff to do the things that keep it as a magnet school without having too many students to then to overwhelm what you're trying to do. So it's trying to dial in that balance, and I don't have the perfect equation, but I know that it's finding that balance that we're looking at. But I think it's really important to recognize that they have been dealing with cuts for a long time, and they were solving that through increasing their student enrollment, which then they had to start decreasing in foresight, knowing that they were going to have to fit back into these pants now, and they've been doing that for multiple years, and probably will have to do so again.
Thank you. Mrs. Moline?
Okay, we're getting to the late hour, and our leadership at Hutch has an early start time tomorrow. So I thank you, Ms. Taylor, for hanging in there with us and being patient as we work through it all. So at this point, we're going to move quickly through our academic career and make it all the way to high school with our high school magnets. So as I looked into a little bit of the history of Hutch, the building itself has gone through several different usages and different iterations over time, and it's in its current situation, it was designed as a CTE school. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Taylor and Ms. Simpson to kind of catch us up to where we are now with Hutch and what you're thinking for your needs.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity and for hanging in there. Hopefully the 10 o'clock hour is super exciting for you. Just real quickly, because I haven't had a chance to quite meet everybody. My background is in career and technology education from the get-go. My mother actually was the department chair for Idaho State University in career and tech ed, and I grew up going to her office, as well as coming from a family-owned business, which naturally evolved to a business education teaching position. From there, I have been an administrator for 18 years. So the last 8 have been at Hutch in career tech ed, and I feel like I live and breathe CTE. Perfect timing for these discussions. You know, Mr. Dorn, as you were asking about like, what's the future, what's the vision? Right now is the perfect time for us to be talking about that with CTE. And it was at the 17-18 school year that we brought On Strategy into the district. And we did a re-envisioning process for the district CTE programming as well as Hutch. And we have been able to accomplish a few things that were identified specifically for Hutch in that, but it's time to continue on and keep looking ahead and keep talking about who we are and what we can be doing to change with the changing times that just change exponentially, and how we can use our resources, not just the fiscal resources of the district, but the resources of business and industry to help support our programs. So with that said, I've got the mission statement up here. James T. Hutchison. Oh, it's not up there. Oh, fix me. You sing my home screen of my daughter. I didn't realize that. I was just rolling.
You were going.
I was going. I was on a mission.
And to be fair, Robin just flew back from the East Coast, so it's like 2 o'clock in the morning in her mind. So
Yes,
she's doing a great job.
I got up
kicking
at
us off.
1:30 Alaska time. So on the board, the mission statement that was derived for Hutch, James T. Hutchison High School is an integrated learning environment within a culturally diverse community where academic and career technical experiences facilitate success in continued education, skilled employment, civic responsibility, and personal integrity. I was reflecting while all of the other conversations were happening earlier this evening, and truly, I believe with our school community and the staff that we have and the students and the parents, we live and breathe this mission statement every single day in our actions through the students, through the leadership team, and through the staff. So I had a lot more planned. Luke originally told me 5 to 10 minutes, so I'm trying to give you guys the quick 10,000-foot view of Hutch, and then I'll dive in a little bit of some of the challenges, some of our visioning, and I appreciate that Joni Simpson and Luke are both here to help answer questions. So the basics that I tell people about Hutch in my elevator speech is that we are a comprehensive high school. We have roughly 400 students that come into us for 9th through 12th grade classes. And our elective options are our career and tech ed classes. So when people ask me all the time, do you have electives? Yes, we do. There are CTE classes. We don't have the music, the arts, programs like that. So our electives are CTE. We have 5 focused career and tech ed areas that students get into when they apply to Hutch, and it is also through a lottery process. The first is, sorry, my throat is dry. The first is architecture and construction. That actually has a couple of branches, so to speak. The first is building trades. The second is welding, and then the third is drafting. So all of those fall under an architecture and construction category. What you see on the screen in terms of the blue italics, identification of classes, the TP behind that stands for technical prep, which means students can earn university credit through the CTC college. Arts audio visual is everything in front of and behind both the moving and the still camera. Students take classes in broadcast journalism, digital photography, graphic design and multimedia, a foundations class, video productions, live events and sports productions. Our Hutch students are best known for the Hutch Stream Team, where they will go and they will live stream events. Our students have streamed, I don't know how many years, but all 8 years I've been at Hutch, they have streamed all of our Fairbanks district graduations, and they've done many, many, many tournaments. Health occupations is kind of a broad image of what you can do in a health career. So students that enter generally take intro to health and first aid, and then as they start to explore more, they can get medical terminology, math and healthcare, nutrition and healthcare, human behavior in healthcare, law and ethics, pharmacy technician, and then we have a wonderful cooperative agreement with the university where students, half of their day is spent actually down at the university Barnett Street campus, and they get their certified nursing assistants program. We also have information technology. This was a photo a few years ago when Bill Walker was governor, and he happened to stop by the school one day. It's fantastic. So IT just last year went through a curriculum update. So these are our newest titles of our courses: Computer Essentials, Computer Science Principles, Cybersecurity, Math for the Trades and Technical Careers, and Independent Research. There's a strong need in industry to really move towards that cybersecurity focus, and so we are moving in that direction. Then Transportation, Distribution, and Logistics is the official national title for really auto. So students generally start out in 2 years of small engines, and then they move to both the inside of the vehicle and the outside of the vehicle. So those are all the titles that represent both internal and external portions of the vehicles. So those were our 5 clusters. Over the years, with our leadership team and our staff, we are always working through iterative processes to identify ways we can improve. And one thing we are very proud of that started actually 7 years ago when a group of us went to the Las Vegas Career and Tech Ed Vision Conference. We came back with a vision to create a workplace readiness score. So what you see on the screen is just a one-page example document of a piece of paper that a student can pull up off of their PowerSchool account to take to a potential employer to say, here is my Hutchison's workplace readiness score. The values that you see up there have nothing to do with grades. Through industry, we've often heard, don't necessarily send me your straight A student because they think they know everything. I want the kid that's going to show up on time, that is willing to roll up their sleeves and get embedded in the work and just do it. And we want them to work well with others. So we went through, it was actually a 3-year process to get to the document you see up here. We've had this document, we were just launching it right when COVID hit. So our COVID friend wasn't so friendly. But we've spent the last year working with Mark Perna, who, for those of you that will get to be here at West Valley next week when he arrives, we've been working as a district group to actually revamp this even more. So this is our current workplace readiness score. It's going to look even better and be even more user-friendly. So why Career and Tech Ed? Well, I'm just sharing with you some data that we just received last week when we were at a CTE conference that I thought was pretty outstanding and worth sharing. CTE is proven to level the playing field for academic success. Since 1980, college tuition and fees has risen 19 times faster than family incomes have. 19 times. The data is showing that high school CTE students are more likely to have a post-secondary plan, specifically CTE completers. So I'm not talking students that have just taken 1 or 2 classes as elective, but those who have actually taken a program of study and worked their way through it. But those who have increased access to high-quality CTE-focused schools, it's proven that the graduation rates are improved. Test scores are improved, and they tend to get an early workforce experience. So this data that John Mulcahy provided shows that specifically boys who are enrolled in CTE programs, this is national data, they had better 9th grade attendance by 14%. And I didn't catch what the test score increases were, but overall the test scores were better. This is just boys again. Graduation rates increased by 10%. And higher quarterly earnings by age 23 were increased by 30% for students who had been enrolled in and moved through career and tech ed programs. And then I included some information in there on students with disabilities. Again, they were more likely to graduate on time. And overall, they represented 14% of the career and tech ed community nationally. So there's some really just phenomenal data that shows the value of providing career and tech ed opportunities. And when people think of career and tech ed opportunities or schooling, that doesn't mean that every student is going to leave high school and go straight into the workforce. It's career. And students' careers change over times. And I know I alone had over 7 changes to get where I am today. I look at my daughter who has just enrolled in the Doctorate of Pharmacy program. She started out at Hutch in Arts AV and then decided her sophomore year that she had an interest in healthcare. So it's providing opportunities. We have several students that do go straight into the workforce. So some lessons learned or insights, challenges that Mr. Meinart and Ms. Simpson and I have been talking about. Students who enroll at Hutch, we very clearly have an expectation for all Hutch students to complete a CTE program. They may choose to switch midstream like my daughter did, but we do expect that they are going to go in and go through the CTE program and that they will take CTE classes. The lottery has proven some challenges of its own, and so we're working our way through that. Staffing sizes are also challenging. We get limited in our cluster programs for safety reasons as to the number of students we can safely bring into a welding shop or a building trades shop. So we have some staffing challenges that way. Capacity to grow. When you look at the deed square footage capacity, it says we can hold over 600 students. However, our building is shared with the University of Alaska Fairbanks. That's not embedded in that calculation. And we are limited in size just in terms of where we can actually house classes. So we've used the space that we have, and the university has the rest. So we don't really have a capacity to actually grow in that building. The pandemic did have an impact. Our numbers generally were at 400 students. This year, we generally open at 410 to 420. This year we opened and we are at 379, I believe is what I saw the other day. The pandemic, as well as the transportation or the loss of transportation, definitely had an impact. It also had an impact on the ability for part-time students to come. Pre-pandemic, in our heyday, things were running, where we wanted to be. We brought to Hutch 160 students throughout the school day that came from West Valley, Lathrop, Best, Raven, Idea. Right now, that number's at 30. So it's no fingers pointing, just that is a resulting factor. And then just resources, as Mr. Lessig was saying, money's helpful. I'm thinking 8 years ago when I stepped into Hutch, the budget for Hutch to run the CTE programs to get the materials was $40,000. This year, that budget is still $40,000. And when you think of just your own cost of groceries and supplies just to run your household, we're trying to still offer the same quality of program or enhanced programs with less. So I am extremely proud of the staff we have and their ability to just think outside the box, to go reach out to business and industry and to ask for help. But it is a challenge. So what are the next steps for Hutchinson and CTE? We really have two potential directions. We can continue to maintain as a comprehensive high school like we are right now with CTE clusters and keep doing what we're doing and keep promoting and hope to regrow the part-time students base that we get in. We could also look to shift to maybe being more of a dedicated CTE school that we can draw more from the district. There are a lot of different models out there. And so as Ms. Simpson and Mr. Meinart and I have been out at conferences, we always take the opportunity to go see other models in action. And there is no one tried and true model that is the best, the best, the best. It so much depends on the community, the business and industry needs. There's no one size fits all approach. So as our re-envisioning strategic planning is coming to an end in the 23 year, now's the time to really think about where we want to go. And so what we'd like to do is create a stakeholder work group to develop what Hutch needs to look like in the future. It doesn't mean there's big changes coming, or maybe it does. It's really kind of where this stakeholder group goes, but we're looking at a stakeholder group to include school board members, staff, students, business partners, industry, et cetera, just to really determine what is it that the Fairbanks district needs for its students for CTE. And I'm just looking through my notes. I think I got everything. Oh, the motto that we often say is we want to get the right students in the right programs for the right reasons. And so with that, what questions do you have for any of us?
I have Mr. Sampson and then Ms. Matheson.
Thank you, Madam President. The right students in the right programs for the right reasons. Can you expound on that statement and how it may be complicated considering there is a lottery?
Sure. We are very passionate about the programs we offer for students. It has happened where there are sometimes individuals who will view Hutch as being the small school, and it is. And that we don't let students slip through the cracks, and we don't. And that we embrace all students, and we do. And we've had it happen where parents have said, my kid's going to Hutch, and it's not the student's choice or desire. And so if you get a student that comes to the building that didn't want to be there, didn't know that mom and dad were putting them in, but now they're there, it degrades the learning process for everybody else. Especially in those, well, in all classes, but I'm thinking of in those CTE classes when you have an educator so passionate about why this welding is so important and so beneficial, and the student just wants to sit in the back and put their head down. Did that help?
I think it does. It helped the community. It's great to hear it from the principal. You know, we just heard the principal, the admin, state that it can be and has been a detriment to the learning process when you get students in there that aren't there wholeheartedly for the CT aspect of it. And I can tell you, having had 3 children, all 3 of them attend your school over there, one of them wasn't interested in your CTE program. One of them went to your school because it was a small school. It's the coolest new school. Everybody wants to go there. They're called the Hawks. That's cool. But for whatever reason, and one of my children actually, in hindsight, looking back, took the seat of another student who desperately wanted to be there. Another student that had a background of years and years of showing up to some shop and cleaning up, or some welding program, or hanging out at the hospital, or whatever, however it is that they were tied into what was of interest that you offer at your school, that was more deserving. And when I said, would get more out of it, and that's what we want. We want our students to get the most out of it. And my point is I'm not in favor of lotteries, and I hope we can go back to a time in which the students that want to be there because it's a CTE school are there because it's CTE, not because it's like your colors are blue, a light blue, and that looks cool on the shirt as opposed to a red or a purple. Yeah, my kid, they don't like red, they like blue, so that's the school they go to. That's not right. But I digress. You were talking about maybe taking a look at a dedicated CT model opposed to a comprehensive high school with CT clusters, which is what we have now. Can someone, if Ms. Simpson or yourself, can maybe expand on that as to maybe how you might see? I know you mentioned there's a multitude of avenues that you could go down, but I can only imagine that there's one or two of them that really. I know you have vision. Can you share some of that vision? It is 10:30. If you can share a little bit of that vision as far as a full CTE school, all in for CT, as opposed to where we're at now. Thank you.
Sure, and I think, our vision is going to be, driven by the stakeholders and stuff, that Robin talked about. We will bring models to the table, to talk, to explain, the different models out there. And I think one of the things that we also keep in the back of our mind is capacity. There's a huge demand for CTE in our school district, and how can we expand those opportunities to more students and maintain the really the high integrity of programs, giving those students those, when they finish the programs, those industry recognized credentials, and and that really strong academic base along with those credentials gives students an incredible competitive advantage as they move into the world. Like Robin's statistics, there's even more that go along with that. But we know that students that complete a CTE pathway, a rigorous CTE pathway, they persist in post-secondary everything across the board. In fact, I told Luke this last week, all our schools need to be CTE magnet schools, because they do. They take all that strong academic knowledge that they learn and they apply it, and they learn, how to function in the world, in the workplace. So they, develop those communication skills at a very high level. So, a comprehensive high school might be, the way to go. We might take a look at it, a deep dive at it, and say, hey, we can increase capacity for CTE at Hutch but we need more CTE teachers there, because right now we have one CTE teacher for each of the areas, and that limits your capacity right there for the number of students that can pass through those doors. So do we do maybe more e-learning for some of the academic courses at Hutch, to free up, teacher staffing numbers and increase CTE teachers? Maybe. I don't know. I think that's something that we have to look at. We've got to look at the numbers, and
maybe that's where we want to go. There are also an awful lot of CTE tech centers in our state. There are a couple, and around the country there are numerous ones. They draw typically juniors and seniors, so you can have your foundation courses in your other high schools, your introductory courses, those exploration courses, and then as juniors and seniors, students can go to the CTE Tech Centers for those capstone courses and, robust work-based learning. I mean, like, when they're juniors and seniors, they're almost immersed into that field that they go into. They walk into their health science classes and they're in scrubs, and they are, it's like they're in that health science field, or culinary, or auto, or whatever it is. And we can expand blocks of time then. Instead of teaching a CTE course is very difficult to do in a 55-minute block. But if we could go to half-day blocks where they can get in, and really do a deep dive. This summer, we did a girls welding program for a month, and we've done building trades for special education students for 2 years, and the teachers absolutely love it. Now, they get them all day. They get them 6 hours a day for a month, and they're like, we can knock it out of the park. We aren't stopping and, breaking down and, running off. In fact, the students said, we collected data at the end this summer, and the students said they loved it not having the distraction of other courses. They could just get in there and they could weld, they could read their prints and do, get some design work done, and that takes time. Maybe that's a model we want to look at. And there is everything in between there, there. So I think as we get people together, laying out, the best of all of those, and then we make a decision and move forward. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We have Ms. Matheson, Mr. Doran, Ms. Sanderson, and myself in the queue.
Thank you. To piggyback on what Mr. Sampson was saying, I know that you answered one of my questions that not all of the students are enrolled in one of the 5 programs. And I'm unsure if in the lottery process, do you have students applying for a certain program, or is it just an application to be in the school?
Yeah. So when they apply in the lottery, they have to select which cluster they're interested in. We have had in years families who have got in and then didn't want to take that cluster class because they wanted their student to go to West Valley to take music instead. And so that has been a challenge. In the last 3 years, we've drawn a hard line that you have to take a CTE class if you're going to be at Hutch. You just have to. So hopefully that helps.
Ms. Matheson.
And what is your graduation rate at Hutch?
We are consistently, since I've been there for 8 years, we're consistently between 93 and 97%.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you for that overview. And I remember when you started with the On strategy several years ago. So that's coming to culmination this year.
Yeah, the re-envisioned strategic plan was for 19 to 23.
Okay, because I think that's one of the things that when I look at the magnet schools, and I forget the exact year that Hutch started in its new iteration as a standalone high school, but it's been quite a while. So reviewing that and looking at that, bringing it up to date becomes important. Question in terms of staffing. and typically 150, 160 students. But you get staffed for 400, and do you get staffing for that 160 that come in for the classes that particularly, I'm thinking, you said some of the shop areas, they're limited in size for safety issues, et cetera.
Mr. DeGraw could probably better speak to that, but I can say that we have generally had an increased PTR to accommodate, but I don't know what those numbers are.
So the way staffing works at Hutch is they receive an allocation based on the regular district-wide PTR, and then they're allocated 5 additional special allocation FTE. And that has been the practice since I arrived a little more than 4 years ago. I'm not sure the history to that. I'm not sure, what staffing levels were prior to 4 years ago. I'm not sure, but so we do not account for part-time students coming over. I imagine those students come over not all at once, right? 150 not all, over different periods, and they probably just filter through regular classes that Hutch is offering. Obviously, they do. So, but we don't have any calculation that accounts for those part-time students.
Yeah, so the clarification, the regular staffing PTR based on the 400, and then 5 teachers beyond that.
As a special allocation.
Basically would accommodate those extra students coming and the smaller classes in.
Correct. Probably accounts for the different lanes, and then needs that Ms. Taylor talked about in limits, welding classes, things like that. So I imagine that was the intent.
Okay, because that's where I'm concerned regarding, again, some staffing was reinstated through CARES, but we won't have that next year. So knowing, this is the magnet school question, knowing what that model is currently going forward and what's needed for us to be supporting it, and then what are those trade-offs in the big picture there. And the other question I had is, do we have a district capacity versus the deed capacity? Because I think it is really important. I know there's a little overlap between UAF space and Hutch space for some of the shop types of things we can do that. I mean, that's a wonderful, wonderful partnership that all came together. But do we have a capacity based on the deed formula, but for our portion of the building?
I can find that number, Mr. Dorn.
Thank you.
Ms. Sanderson?
So I have a couple questions. So in partnerships, are there any that would actually take the place or compensate for us not having a teacher, but that we have a partnership with a business or an industry that if our students were able to go on site to wherever they're doing their business or their thing, our student would get credit, but now the business would become the teacher instead of us not having a teacher or shortage of teachers. Is that something that has been considered or possible?
Well, district-wide, we already do that in several different areas. With our partnership that we have with the Fairbanks Pipeline Training Center, they provide the instructors, they provide the facilities, they provide the materials, we provide the students, and the students do get credit for those courses. So, in essence, that's the other absolutely beautiful thing in CTE is we can create partnerships with business and industry all over the place. we want to expand those work-based learning experiences. There's a huge push with the national labor shortage to do that, which if we can get if we can create some more of those strong partnerships, that's going to help free up a little bit of staffing issues, that we have. So yeah, there's, it's easy to get creative in CTE, and a lot of the students that do a lot of those outside programs are from Hutch. That probably, over 50% of those students that take advantage of those other programs are out of Hutch.
Mr. Dorn asked a question that I had about UAF space. And so my last question would be, Eielson had some CTE things going on, North Pole. So how is that working in the overall picture? Is that solid, or is it still?
Like the pre-apprenticeship program that Eielson had, is that what you're talking about? Actually, they're just getting up and going this year. And I think they're getting ready to put together some interesting things for the public to see, so some good promotional things. So yes, that program is in place, and that can be replicated in numerous places. We're just developing, we're in the process of getting a partnership with Morris Thompson Center to expand our hospitality, tourism, some cultural things that students can take part in. So that's pretty exciting.
Finally, is the food truck being worked on?
Oh,
sorry.
Well, Hutch, this is a Hutch night, and they don't have culinary.
That's North Pole.
But I can go. I'll talk to you later about that.
I was in the queue, and then after me, Mr. Doran. One of the questions that we kind of talked about was the cost per student. Do we have that, or is that something that you would need to look into? Just so we could look at, the cost with all the magnet school programs.
Yeah, so I can get a number. The challenge will be the comparison, and just giving that context. We won't really necessarily, but the actual number could be useful. But we won't necessarily be able to, compare that to West Valley or Lathrop with much higher student populations. It's going to be a higher number because they're a smaller school. So but absolutely, I could get a, and we want to compare apples to apples. I could get a number for that. Yeah.
Thank you. And I do want to say I am grateful for Mr. Doran last budget season bringing it to the board's attention to ensure the continued resources for your school and having those educators back in the building. So I'm grateful that he was able to bring that to the attention of the board to ensure that those educators were able to be there. Mr. Doran.
Okay. With applications and prior to the lottery, did you have more applications than slots?
When I arrived 8 years ago, we pretty much were able to get every student that applied in. We're doing great things. Now less than 50% that apply get in through the lottery.
Okay, so one could have a lottery for students applying, where I know you and staff used to go through one by one and kind of do things. But as long as rather than you're having to sort those out and staff and keeping it open to as many, if the student, you could still have eligibility for the lottery, they all go in and then they get pulled, and because you might have so many openings in one track and versus another track, which would still be a lottery, but there's a basic qualification for it that could be developed. Okay.
Yeah, Jonah can speak to that a little bit.
Okay.
There are, there's kind of a hybrid. what I've seen in other, especially the comprehensive high schools, the lottery to get into the CTE schools, they kind of do a, it's still a lottery, but prior to getting into the lottery, there's a kind of like a priority request, a lot like you're doing now. I'm interested in this program and just a basic application, not very specific. When that application goes in to the lottery system prior to the lottery, that goes right to like the department head. A notification goes to the department head and the counseling that there's a student that wants to enter the lottery and they're interested in allied health. Then the allied health teacher can contact that student and family and talk about the programs and the outcomes, and they can have and literally from what I'm hearing, like a 3 to 5 minute conversation about the programs and the benefits, and a little bit of the expectations, and learn a little bit about the students, and then they just check off that they visited with the students and that this sounds like a great candidate, or the student might say, yeah, I'm not really interested in this, but my parents want me into it, and so they're like, well, this student is kind of interested, and then they go into the lottery. So if you have 100, or let's say you have 25 slots for allied health, and you have 30 or 40 people that applied, maybe 5, are like, they really don't want to be in there. And, so maybe you have 30, and then you can lottery those randomly, so you're not ranking them.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. There's a qualification for the lottery, and then
There's
you go
not
lottery.
currently.
There's not currently, but there could be.
What Ms. Simpson's talking about is some software that we've been looking at that could potentially help.
Right. That's what I mean. And that also leads me to the Hutch as a comprehensive high school, and there was a lot of work that went into that from the community, and we also had the luxury of the building was completely closed, so there was another year in there. The linkage between CTE and the academics certainly has great resonance. Being that it came into, took a lot of time building towards that, I'm wondering, is the administration envisioning a change in that comprehensive high school? Because I think that's a significant thing. I see it staying. I see in my mind, I see nothing, but especially we have students who have joined that high school that we're not closing a high school. But is the on-strategy re-envisioning a piece that keeps that as a comprehensive high school? We figure out how to support that, or is the administration moving towards something that we're really looking at other options?
Sure, I'll take it. I think the administration's interested in hearing what the community wants in Hutch being in the future. You asked earlier, for Barnett to come with a plan for what it would look like, and I think we're in a perfect time to bring a group together and envision what we really want Hutch to look like. Could be CTE specific school, could be a comprehensive school, could be a meld of those together, but I think it would be interesting to bring stakeholders to the table to say, what do you really want Hutch to look like in the next 5 to 10 years? Because what we know right now is, the sense I'm hearing a bit is that there's been a bit of mission drift for Hutch in general, and there's a lack of identity for the school. And so getting a group together to reaffirm what the identity of Hutch is, and then go forward with that is kind of what we're looking for.
And if I could ask one other question, the 5 additional teachers, does that include the 2, I believe it was 2 that we added into the CARES Act?
Yeah, so we had reduced, in our proposed budget, we reduced it from 5 down to 3, and then there was the addition, the restoration of the 2 in the recommended budget.
Thank you.
I'm going to call it at this point. It is incredibly late, and we still have one more topic we need to discuss this evening. But I do want to say thank you. We as a board appreciate our educators coming in, our principals, our executive team working. Thank you, and thank you for joining us on this very late evening. The last object or topic that we have is the discussion on the superintendent search. Goals and objective: create an environment that supports the strengths and needs of staff so they can create a safe climate where students thrive. Ad hoc committee, I'm going to turn the time over to the ad hoc committee chair, Ms. Sanderson, to discuss how that committee went and the recommendation.
Thank you. So the ad hoc committee did meet, and we did look over the 3 proposals that we had. We narrowed them down to 2, with 2 of the ad hoc committee members choosing Ray and Associates as the firm. I was like, that we wanted to go with. There's the response questions that you had already sent out. As the board had asked those questions, we got those responses, we looked over them. We had additional information that we were missing from one of the ASB proposal, and we had much discussion, but that was, I believe, the consensus that we came out of the meeting, moving forward with that.
Thank you, Ms. Sanderson. Questions or comments from the board? Ms. Smith?
Thank you. So there was one person who was not with Ray and Associates, so it wasn't really a consensus, and I just wanted to maybe hear like the top reason for that dissension.
Dissension?
Mr. Dorn?
I'm not going to describe it as dissension.
Mutiny.
I lean towards AASB, and going back through the 2, I think the narrowing to the 2 were good, and we. But I think a couple of things that we need to factor in is that we did not have the discounted fee for ASB. We've got a credit of $4,500, which brings that down to $13,500. So it's a $7,000 difference. I think looking at additional costs and talking to some other districts, and for both companies, they're going to come out ballpark about the same for the additional, but you start out $7,000 less. And the other factors that I look at are that it sounds, they know Alaska. Ray and Associates does not indicate someone in Alaska, although they've worked with a couple of districts. I thought it was interesting that Ray and Associates does not list any of the Alaska districts as references. They just list them as working with them. I think that ASB is very responsive. I think they did a good job in trying to and responded to us and adjusting with the conditions that we had in the middle of the peak of a pandemic. And when I look at the number of applications kind of brought forward, there's a certain similarity, and I did call Kodiak, which just completed their superintendent search with AASB, and they're very, very pleased with the result that they got. Some Alaskans, some outside, and I do like the NAS connection that, and you have a letter in the packet, the National Association of Superintendent Searches and the connections that AASB has with directly with other school boards and districts, so that we can get a stronger handle on that. And so if we need to get backgrounds and really find out who may be good. And so my leanings is towards AASB, primarily around those things. And I think one suggestion was made in terms of looking at internal, and if we wanted to split that, I mean, there's pros and cons, do it or not, but I think ASB is very receptive to what we would like. And the final thing is they do a follow-up with the district and the superintendent within 6 months after the superintendent starts, to just help facilitate a conversation between the board and the superintendent, you know, how things are going, where, you know, and I think that's a really good service that they provide. And I know Kodiak has that already planned, and they are very much looking forward to that. It's beneficial to everyone, because as everyone's on a learning curve, and how do you keep working supportively? The last thing is that Ray does say they won't go after you for 5 years. If they place someone, they won't actively recruit that person for 5 years, but that's part of their model, is to recruit, get people into positions and recruit them later on for more things. So those are a couple of things, and that's where I lean towards AASB.
Ms. Anderson?
And so we did have a very frank conversation with the Anchorage School Board President, since they had gone through this process just recently and their experience with this company. We actually got some pretty good information as to, I think part of something that kind of hindered us or kind of got us, you know, our focus just a smidget, was when the stakeholders had input, and, you know, they were Googling everybody and looking at everybody, and the Ray and Associates, you know, had a way that they performed that task, and they partnered up with a outside agency that was able to garner all of those questions, take the stakeholders' input, and then bring it forward to the board so you could have a clear, concise way to look at it. And, you know, I totally respect AASB. I felt that, you know, sometimes we get, I'm making a general statement here, so familiar with working with people that sometimes we don't really honor and respect what they're trying to bring to us and the work that the board has to put forth in this process. There are things that we have to be accountable for, that we have to have laid out, so that as we move through this process, we're doing our work, we're accountable for our work, and then the firm, whoever that firm would have been, would be working with us. And, you know, maybe we need an outside voice just saying, well, you don't have your work done, you don't have this, this part is missing, or something like that. But the overall conversation and the success that Anchorage had with this firm, it just shed a more different light on what they might be able to bring to the process for us. So that's all I have.
Any other comments? Ms. Marati?
Thank you to the ad hoc committee for doing so much research. So I guess I'm just needing more as to why the committee recommended a more costly firm. What were the reasons why Ray and Associates, costing $7,000 more, was chosen? So I just need to know what the return on that investment might be.
Well, I just like I said, once we had got information from Anchorage as to how they actually worked with them. And again, I'm saying that, even though we have this credit, there's work that we have to do. And I just felt that a new perspective, a new entity working with our board could get us the results that we are looking for. I felt very confident about what was presented to us and what was their past work, and they seem to be growing in the state of Alaska. So I just, ultimately it's a board decision. This is just the work that you asked us to do. This is the findings that we're bringing forward, and so that's what the board gets to make the final decision on. So I want to thank those that work with me on the committee. So,
Ms. Smith?
Thanks. Through the chair, I just wanted to ask Ms. Sanderson, when you talked to the Anchorage School Board, I remember that there was some kind of controversy about their superintendent that they hired not having the proper qualification or some drama. And I was wondering if you talked to them about that or whatever shook out about that.
I don't remember that coming up, no.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was just wondering if you talked to them about that. Because I just remember reading in the paper that the superintendent they hired did not have the proper qualifications for the certification, and then that he then needed like a mentor, and that was costing them a lot more money, and that they didn't do the proper background pieces to put forward a fully qualified candidate. And I was hoping to hear, no, the media got it all wrong. Yeah. Everything is fine. So I might just make a call on that tomorrow before I want to make a vote. But that was something that really concerned me about Ray and Associates, was that they were a part of that process in Anchorage that seemed to really blow up on them and not come out as well as they wanted it.
Yeah, I think that was a struggle that they had at the beginning. They were able to work through it, and you can definitely call and find out what path they went forward with. But I believe the crux fell in the qualifications to get superintendent endorsement in the state. So knowing what the state requirement is for superintendent endorsement as opposed to maybe other states' requirements might have been where the miss happened. But I think they've worked through that. But that was an issue that came up.
Ms. Smith?
Yeah, if I could just follow up with that, that just seemed to me like a failure of the search company. I mean, I'm not saying it was anything for the candidate or really for the board, because we put all our trust in the company that we're hiring to know the minimum qualification, and that was a huge fail and a big red flag for me. I have a real hard time voting for Ray and Associates because of that, unless someone tells me, oh, that was totally the board's fault because we didn't tell them the right information or something like that. So maybe I'll make that call to Margot myself tomorrow.
Yeah, their board did struggle with some areas. That's what we were told that.
Mr. Doran?
Yeah, I do need to say that, I mean, the when we talked to Margaret Bellamy, president of the Anchorage School Board, I mean, she was very, very pleased with the overall pieces. But that was a concern. And I mean, it's one of those things I look at too with the ASB is focused on our state. You know, that might have some pros and cons, but they have all the outreach to out of state, and we had a fair number of, you know, interest from out of state at an interesting time particularly for superintendents. The other thing is, as I've talked, each time I talk to somebody, I say, well, what did you pay your superintendent? And I think this is something for us to keep on the forefront, is they have to go up. What their offer was, and then actually what they settled for. So we need to be clear that it's going to cost us more, whoever it is. And so I just put that out there so we are well aware of that. In terms of the firm, you know, it's really dependent on us to call the shots. We need to be attractive, and as I've talked to a couple of districts who are involved in recent searches, yes, you know, what makes them attractive as a district, and as a board to work with. I am very concerned about the costs with all the other things that we have, but mostly it's the responsiveness of the groups. I talked to Ray and Associates, albeit 2 years ago, and directly with them. They list Juneau as one of the districts they worked with, and Juneau, it has been a number of years, but they had mixed results, and they wound up doing something different. So, you know, it's a little bit of a range of reference for it. But I do want to really say that big thanks to Joya and Maggie, because, I mean, I think good conversation that pushes each of us to think and looking at, in a sense, that's why we wound up with not a full consensus, but you know, looking at pros and cons. But I really appreciate President Luke putting this on the work session. I know it added a lot. It adds time to us, but we can't just make this spur of the moment, and you need time to think about it, and if you need to check something, that we have that time before tomorrow, and even if it takes us another one to finalize it, I mean, we need to make a good decision, so.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the ad hoc committee. Ms. Sanderson, thank you so much for chairing that committee. I appreciate it. And I'm really proud that we were able to keep it under 20 minutes, this discussion. And I think that it was a very fruitful discussion. So thank you so much for sharing all of your input this evening. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Any opposed? Seeing none, we are adjourned.